Chapter 40, 320. Then I'll have to trouble General Zhao. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in gratitude. Although others called him young master, he was still a senior. Moreover, he had helped him a lot, so it was necessary to show him the respect he deserved. All right, that's all. If there's nothing else, everyone can leave. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, he also wanted to stay here quietly and absorb the experience he had gained from the battle in the Demon Master City. Young Master, aren't you thinking too simply about some things? Azure Lotus, swordswoman, smiled bitterly. What do you mean by that? Ling Xiao paused for a moment and said, it's about the official appointment of the Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. In the past, Jiang Nan was appointed as the Holy Lord temporarily, so it only needed the three of us to nod our heads. But if it's an official appointment, then it needs the approval of Commandment Sacred City. Azure Lotus, swordswoman, smiled bitterly. What Commandment Sacred City? One of the 3,000 sacred cities? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's right, Commandment Sacred City is one of the 3,000 sacred cities, but it's also independent of the 3,000 sacred cities. It's the only sacred city directly under Golden City. You should understand from the name. It has the same function as the Sex Commandment Department. It's responsible for setting and maintaining the laws of the 3,000 sacred cities. Commandment Sacred City doesn't have a holy lord, but it's controlled by many Dharma disciples, 72 Commandment Knights, 12 Masters, and the Supreme Law Master. The Supreme Law Master is similar to the Holy Lord, and his strength is one of the best in the 3,000 sacred cities. Let me put it this way. The ranking battle half a month later will also be hosted by Commandment Sacred City. Under normal circumstances, Commandment Sacred City is very fair. Of course, the premise is that you don't offend them. There's such a place so troublesome. I thought it would be fine to just get Golden City's approval. Ling Xiao thought too simply. He originally thought that the 3,000 sacred cities were left alone by Golden City. They should have enough freedom to change their holy lord. But now, it seemed that Golden City's control over the 3,000 sacred cities was quite strict. Commandment Sacred City's existence was to deal with this. Commandment Sacred City is very strong? Ling Xiao asked suddenly. The strength of Commandment Sacred City was related to how he would deal with it. This is very important. Of course he's strong. There were a total of 30,000 disciples in the disciplined Saint City, and even the weakest amongst them was an early heavenly core warrior. The responsibility of a Dharma apostle was to settle the disputes of the 3,000 holy cities. He was often sent out for missions. These are the people we see most often. The 72 disciplinary knights were terrifying. They were all extreme realm alchemists. Although there were only 72 of them, they were more powerful than most of the sacred lords in the 3,000 sacred cities. The 12 rulers were even more terrifying. They were existences at the core fragmentation realm. As for the Law Master, it's rumored that he's a divine physique echelon expert. Green Lotus, swordswoman, said with a smile. Hearing this, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth twitched. *CK, the 3,000 holy cities actually had divine physique echelon experts. Ling Xiao felt that he had underestimated this world. Young Master, if you are interested, I can recommend you to become a Dharma disciple in the Sacred Commandment City. I guarantee that there won't be a problem. The faces of the three of us are still useful. The basic Law Master spent most of his time cultivating in Golden City. Therefore, the ones in charge of the Holy City of Discipline were the 12 Masters of Law. The three of us know all 12 of them. Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Forget about it. Just by hearing the name of this city, I know there are a lot of rules. If I go there, I'll be bored to death. Ling Xiao shook his head. He still liked the feeling of freedom. Unless he felt that he couldn't improve his cultivation any further, then he would move towards a higher and stronger place. Young Master is really a maverick. Other people Once they break through to the heavenly core realm, they would try their best to enter the sacred commandment city. But you, with this condition, why don't you go? Ancestor Scarlet Flame said with a smile. Others are others, I am me. I have my own cultivation method. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Jiangnan, you can go to the sacred commandment city by yourself. Is that okay? No problem. Normally, the sacred commandment city wouldn't make things difficult for a sacred lord. Jiangnan nodded his head. That's good. Do you have any other questions? Ling Xiao asked again. He was now the backbone of the 4 men here, although his cultivation was the weakest. But talking was also the most important thing. I don't have any other questions, but my cultivation is a bit low. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the test. The Sacred Commandment City will send people here to watch the competition. Even the sacred lords from other sacred cities will come and watch. I can't bring shame to the sacred Battle Soul City. Jiangnan said embarrassedly. That's easy. You go to the Sacred Commandment City first. I'll think of a way to improve your cultivation. Ling Xiao had brought back a lot of good herbs from the Heavenly Demon Ghost region. It was easy for him to concoct some pills that could help Jiang and improve her cultivation. He could even improve the cultivation of a shattered core warrior, not to mention a mere heavenly core warrior. Easy? Jiangnan smiled bitterly. If it was easy, she wouldn't have made no progress in the past month. But then again, Ling Xiao had never lied. If he said something, he would definitely be able to do it. So, she didn't think too much about it. After that, she split up with Zhao Fengyan. Jiangnan went to the Sacred Commandment City. Zhao Fengyan went to the Violet Spirit Kingdom. Old Ancestor Scarlet Flame and Sword Maiden Azure Lotus went to the Golden City to help Zhao Fengyan apply for her resignation. This application was easy to handle. They just needed to appease Zhao Fengyan's superior. After all, that person valued Zhao Fengyan a lot. Ling Xiao was left alone in Jiangnan Palace, resting peacefully. In just half a day, the news that Jiangnan was going to become an official sacred lord had spread throughout the sacred Battle Soul City. Everyone felt that it was very strange. Zhang Wu had just become the sacred lord of the sacred Battle Soul City. Why was there a change? Those who supported Jiang Nan before were very happy. As for those who supported Zhang Wu before, they didn't know what to do. They tried their best to curry favor with Zhang Wu and belittle Jiang Nan. But now, something like this had happened. It was hard to understand. The key question was, where did Zhang Wu go? Many people knew that Zhang Wu went to find Ling Xiao, and then he disappeared. A terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that Zhang Wu had been mysteriously killed like Di Tuatian? Once they had this thought, these people couldn't stop. They found the man brought by Zhang Wu, hoping that he could help them. This man was also from the Sword Soul City. He had taken control of the Divine Hawk Palace and became the new palace master. He was also the first city lord, second only to the sacred lord. His cultivation was also at the early heavenly core realm, the same as Jiangnan. This man was easily swayed. After being instigated by some people, he took the lead and went to the Jiangnan Palace to cause trouble. Since Jiangnan was in the sacred commandment city, Ling Xiao had to deal with the problem himself. Ling Xiao, don't try to be brave. Although you're strong, your opponent is a heavenly core warrior. You should stay in the Jiangnan Palace and wait for the sacred lord to come back. Hinajiku and Zhanlong didn't want Ling Xiao to take any risks. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 321. Facing the concern of Hinajiku, Zhanlong, and the others. Ling Xiao just smiled indifferently. Everyone, just wait for a good show. There were quite a number of people following the Condor Palace Master. There were at least 100 of them. Originally, because of the threat of Sword Soul Sacred City, a group of people who were afraid of death left fighting Soul Sacred City. Now, There were another 100 people who joined Zhang Wu, who had just arrived. But this was also good. Trash should be cleared out, otherwise they would just be lazy and waste resources. In an instant, the Condor Palace Master was already in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao condescendingly, revealing the arrogance of a superior. You are Ling Xiao. Whether I am Ling Xiao or not, don't you know in your heart? Ling Xiao said coldly, All right, don't talk nonsense. Tell me your reason for coming here. Otherwise, trespassers of Jiangnan Palace, die. He had to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Otherwise, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City would still be afraid. People were used to being led by a strong person. Perhaps this was one of the characteristics of humans. The Condor Palace Master said, Where is Zhang Wu? Killed. Ling Xiao said directly, Zhang Wu dared to be disrespectful to me, so I killed him. Do you have any questions? With just you? The Condor Palace Master looked at Ling Xiao sarcastically and said, It's not that I look down on you. Your strength is really not enough. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ling Xiao looked at him. He needed a reason to kill him. That was why he waited for him to make the first move. After all, after knowing the existence of Commandment Sacred City among the 3,000 sacred cities, he had to be more careful. Conspiring with others to assassinate the Sacred Lord, you have committed a heinous crime. Die. The Condor Palace Master had a bad temper, and as someone sent by Sword Soul Sacred City, he had a kind of absolute contempt for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Killing a disobedient disciple of Fighting Soul Sacred City was nothing. In the next moment, he made his move, but he saw a mocking smile on Ling Xiao's face. That was a mockery of idiots. Pity for the weak. Chi! A cold light flashed. Where's my head? The Divine Eagle Palace Master saw his own appearance on the sword light. It was clearly a headless corpse. In just an instant, Ling Xiao had killed the Divine Eagle Palace Master. With a chuckle, he turned around and returned to Jiangnan Palace to continue his cultivation. At the same time, he threw out a sentence. Those who came with that trash, scram as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't necessarily do anything if I regret it. The group of people turned around and fled in fear. She wished she could grow wings and leave this place. One move. He had killed an early Heavenly Core warrior with just a single strike. How did this Ling Xiao become so terrifying after returning this time? If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't have another chance. Zhan Long, Hinajiku, and the others were also shocked. When they dealt with the great river bandits together, they knew how strong Ling Xiao was. However, the Ling Xiao of today was clearly stronger than before. No wonder he dared to kill the Saint Lord right after returning. He elected the Jiangnan Palace Master, Jiangnan, as the new Saint Lord. So strong. I believe that from this moment onwards, no one will dare to talk nonsense anymore. On the surface, Jiangnan is the new Saint Lord, but in fact it's Ling Xiao behind him, and the other 3 powerful existences behind Ling Xiao. Zhan Long said with a bitter smile, Compared to him, my growth has been stagnant. Don't talk about it, I'm the same. Hinajiku shook her head, feeling disappointed. But at the same time, she was happy. It was better for Ling Xiao to be in power than for those from Sword Spirit Sacred City to be in power. Besides messing up Fighting Soul Saint City, what else could they do? I'm still me. No matter how strong I become, I won't change. These words were naturally directed at his old friends. In the past, they went to complete the Great River Bandits' mission together. Then they came back together, after experiencing life and death, although there was a huge gap between the strong and the weak. But Ling Xiao wouldn't look down on them. He would think of ways to make them stronger. We understand. Zhan Long and Hinajiku looked at each other and smiled. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most afraid of was that Ling Xiao would become stronger, and their relationship would become estranged. The body of the Condor Palace Master was quickly disposed of. This news spread throughout the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City. Those who originally supported Jiang Nan and Ling Xiao became more confident and at ease at this moment. With Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan around, not only would Fighting Soul Sacred City not fall, but it would also prosper day by day. What they need to do is to cultivate steadily and continue to improve their strength. Perhaps a miracle will be born. Of course, in Fighting Soul Saint City, not everyone is convinced by Ling Xiao. For example, the 3 elders of the Criminal Law Palace and some martial artists of the Criminal Law Palace. They saw Ling Xiao join Fighting Soul Saint City. At that time, Ling Xiao was not weak, but in front of them, he didn't have the chance to do anything. But now, it has been less than 2 months. This Ling Xiao has undergone an earth-shattering change. It's really hard to accept. It's like a dream. They won't openly make Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan their enemy. But in their hearts, at least for now, they can't completely agree with Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan. Big brother, are we just going to watch a little bastard climb over our heads? The 3rd elder of the Criminal Law Palace asked while gritting his teeth. So what? You saw it yourself. An early heavenly core warrior was killed by him with a single sword strike. To be honest, if he can really make Fighting Soul Saint City stronger, it's not impossible for me to agree with him. But for now, let's wait until they pass the trial in Fighting Soul Saint City. The Great Elder is relatively calm. This person could be considered to be relatively fair. This is the reason why Ling Xiao doesn't want to touch him. The next day, the people of Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble. Of course, it's because of Zhang Wu's death. Many people came, and they were very strong. The leader was the early heavenly core warrior, the Koi King. Their arrival made everyone in Fighting Soul Saint City feel uneasy. The enemy is attacking, and it's such a strong enemy. Can Ling Xiao hold on? Why aren't Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Sword Girl Azure Lotus, and General Zhao Fengyun back yet? Fighting Soul Saint City won't be destroyed just like this, right? Everyone had their own fear in their hearts. Although the Koi King wasn't as strong as Lung Chuyan and was weaker than the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Saint City, but her strength was still above all the disciples of Fighting Soul Saint City. It would be strange if she wasn't afraid. Along with the Koi King, there were many disciples of Sword Soul Saint City who came to watch the show. There were even 2 city lords of Sword Soul Saint City. The city lords were existences second only to the Saint Lord in Saint City. Of course, the city lords of Sword Soul Saint City were stronger than the city lords of Fighting Soul Saint City. These people didn't land. They just stood in the air, chatting and laughing. Stepping on the head of Fighting Soul Saint City, they were cold and disdainful. Hee, I heard that the Koi King wasn't able to kill this Ling Xiao last time. He was really upset. Chapter 40, 3:22. Last time was last time, but this time is different. The Koi King has broken through to the early heavenly core realm. Besides, with her identity as a warrior from the Ocean Tribe, her combat strength is equivalent to a mid-heavenly core warrior. It doesn't matter if that Ling Xiao is a genius or not. He won't be able to escape this calamity. Speaking of which, I'm really curious. City Lord Lung and the Koi King both have a grudge against this Ling Xiao. What kind of grudge do you guys think it is? Who knows? Who cares what grudge they have against him? No matter what, this guy is going to die today. Why don't we just destroy the Fighting Soul Saint City as well? That's a good idea. Let's wait and see. The Koi King headed straight towards the Jiang Nan Palace. He wasn't stopped by anyone. It wasn't that the people from the Fighting Soul Saint City didn't want to stop him, but they couldn't. Even among the 3 sect elders from the Disciplinary Palace, only the Great Elder had the ability to stop him. But there are so many people from the Sword Soul Saint City in the sky. If he attacked, what would the result be? It wasn't hard to imagine. That's why Ling Xiao had sent a message yesterday. If anyone from the Sword Soul Saint City came looking for trouble, no one was allowed to attack. Actually, Ling Xiao had expected that someone from the Sword Soul Saint City would come. Zhang Wu was killed, and it was impossible to cover it up. He didn't plan to cover it up. But he didn't expect the Koi King to be so stupid as to come to the Jiangnan Palace alone. Suddenly, a strong demonic aura attacked. Ling Xiao was still calmly drinking his tea while looking at the beautiful lake. It was as if he was waiting for a guest from afar. A cruel smile flashed across his face. "Since you're here, don't go back." Even if it was one of the 3,000 saint cities, anyone who trespassed into someone else's territory could be killed. Even if this matter was brought to the disciplinary palace, Ling Xiao would still be in the right. He only killed the Koi King, and that was already being polite. Zhanlong, Hinajiku, and the others were nervously standing far away. Looking at the calm Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but shake their heads with bitter smiles. Even at this moment, he was still so calm. Either he didn't know how strong the Koi King was, or he really had the ability. In any case, they hadn't seen Ling Xiao for a long time. As for the specifics, they could only wait and see. The only thing that made them feel a little relieved was the fact that Ling Xiao had killed the divine Eagle Palace Master with a single move yesterday. This meant that Ling Xiao's strength should not be inferior to the Koi King's. Boom! All of a sudden, the water in the lake became noisy. 100-foot-tall wave surged into the air, transforming into a ferocious face. It was as if a giant beast was looking down at Ling Xiao from the sky. The Koi King, dressed in red, stood there and stared at Ling Xiao. An extremely complicated look appeared in his eyes. The Koi King was a beautiful woman, another cruel and merciless woman. Her appearance encompasses almost every aspect of a woman. Her graceful figure matched with her fair, jade-like skin, and that pretty face. Indeed, many men would be tempted. However, at this moment, this woman's body was releasing a dense killing intent. He was like an evil spirit. It didn't match her appearance at all. He sighed softly. Ling Xiao actually didn't want to talk about the past. The Koi King was just an opponent he encountered in the western region. Now he was no longer qualified to be his opponent. His Taiji eye could see that the Koi King's body had undergone some modifications and changes. Most likely, half of this body no longer belonged to her. Detestable? Pitiful? Perhaps a pitiful person must have something detestable. Koi King, it's not very good to come uninvited. Ling Xiao was still lying on the chair, tasting this year's new tea as he said with a smile. He really couldn't muster up the slightest thought of fighting against someone who was completely not his opponent. However, this woman in front of him must die, because if he didn't make a move, the other party would. It was basically a situation where one would fight to the death. "You're still as arrogant, and condescending as always." The Koi King gritted his teeth and said, "But now I'm no longer the Koi King of the past. Ever since I saw you last time, I've been thinking about how to kill you all the time. In order to kill you, I even didn't hesitate to accept Lung Chuyen's modifications, becoming neither human nor demon." As the Koi King spoke, he released an even more powerful demonic aura. A few more water pillars appeared in the lake. The entire Jiangnan Palace was shaking. Zhanlong and the rest were frightened until their faces turned ashen. Too powerful. They had only seen this aura on the Holy Lord before. When did the Koi King become so powerful? However, what the Koi King wanted was not these people's fear and shock. What he wanted was Ling Xiao's horror and fear. What he wanted was Ling Xiao kneeling and begging for mercy. However, what made him depressed was that Ling Xiao was lying there as if it had nothing to do with him. There was even a faint smile on his face, as if the Koi King was just an acrobat. "Humph, posturing." Snorting coldly, the Koi King said coldly, "I can spare you from death, and I can also let War Soul's sacred city go. But you must kneel for me and beg for mercy. Furthermore, you have to do it in front of everyone in War Soul's sacred city." This was the truest thought in her heart. Avenge Zhang Wu? Avenge herself? Actually, after so long, she only wanted to be able to trample Ling Xiao underfoot and humiliate him wantonly. Only then could the depression in her heart be dispelled. Why be so angry? We're also considered half from the same hometown. Can't the past be written off at one stroke? Ling Xiao did not beg for mercy. Instead, he poured another cup of tea and said with a smile, "Come, sit down and have a cup of tea. Isn't it better to chat and reminisce about the old days? Speaking of which, your elder brother, the Dragon Shark King, is still my brother. Your younger sister, the Demon Eye Monarch, is also my subordinate. Oh, right, they will be coming to War Soul Sacred City soon. What a wonderful thing it is for you siblings to reunite. Why fuss over the past trivial matters? Those two traitors." The Koi King gnashed her teeth. She came to the 3,000 holy city from the backward western region because of a fortuitous encounter. She thought that she would be able to return to her hometown in glory soon, reunite the myriad countries, and then wipe out all of Ling Xiao's forces in one fell swoop. But she did not expect that her elder brother, the Dragon Shark King, and her younger sister, the Demon Eye Monarch, would actually rely on Ling Xiao. Hateful! You're deliberately angering me. The Koi King suddenly said, "Why would I anger you? It's not easy for us Western region martial artists to come to the 4 major regions. Even if there are grudges in the past, we should unite. Otherwise, others will bully us, won't they?" Ling Xiao still said indifferently, "Humph, I won't learn from those two traitors. Today, I must kill you and make you kneel at my feet, unable to raise your head forever." The Koi King was stubborn. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Forget it. If you want to make a move, then do it. But don't blame me for not warning you. Those who make a move in Jiangnan Palace without permission die." These words were said casually, but it made the Koi King feel a trace of fear. She shook her head, unwilling to believe that she would feel fear. That was too unreal. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 43, 23. All right, if you want to kill me, then come at me. I've trained hard for so many years, even turning myself into what I am now. It's all for the sake of killing you. Today, there are many people watching the show. Let them see how you, Ling Xiao, die. The Koi King's obsession with Ling Xiao was too deep. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to resolve it, but unfortunately he did not succeed. Since he could not succeed, there was only one path left. Kill him. There was no reason to leave the life of such a scourge who was always thinking about him. Why haven't you made your move? Ling Xiao smiled. The Koi King was choked by Ling Xiao's words. The reason why she did not make her move was because she wanted to see Ling Xiao's frightened, panicked, and shocked appearance. If she killed Ling Xiao like this, it would be too easy for this kid. Only by trampling on Ling Xiao, ruthlessly trampling on him, making Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy, crying for his father and mother, could she truly vent her anger. The demonic aura became more and more terrifying. The 4 water pillars merged into one, and then turned into a huge water snake that slowly descended. The terrifying pressure made even Zhanlong and Hinajiku, who were hiding in the distance, kneel. The pressure was too strong. The bluestone slabs were already shattered. Only the pavilion Ling Xiao was in was still intact. Even the teacup in Ling Xiao's hand did not sway in the slightest. Actually, you must be very afraid, right? The moment you saw me in the 3,000 sacred city, you must have been filled with fear. You don't understand why I'm here, and you don't understand why I'm so much stronger than you. You look very calm on the surface, but you must be panicking in your heart. As a man, he would always want some dignity. Unfortunately, this dignity will soon be ruthlessly crushed by my strength. The Koi King seemed to want to vent something, and said everything in her heart. You and Lung Chuyen think too highly of yourselves. You underestimate me too much. I didn't kill you, just waiting for a reason. Just like yesterday when I killed Zhang Wu and the master of the divine Eagle Palace. In my eyes, you're just an idiot who has lost his mind. Not only are you unworthy to be my opponent, Lung Chuyin is also unworthy. You are all trash that should have been eliminated long ago. Since you've survived, you should cherish it. You actually took the initiative to come here to die. I don't know if there's something wrong with your head. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao did not stand up. He was like an elder reprimanding a junior, mocking and cutting at the Koi King. The Koi King was about to explode from anger. She really couldn't understand why Ling Xiao could be so calm. What exactly did he rely on? Could it be that Azure Lotus Swordswoman, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and Zhao Fengyan had not actually left? That's not right. The information clearly said that the three of them had left Fighting Soul Sacred City to do something. It couldn't be fake. I understand. You want me to scare me and make me leave, right? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. With a cold snort, the Koi King's body slowly rose into the air and merged with a huge water snake. In an instant, an even more terrifying pressure came over. The surrounding ground continued to collapse. In the lake, a group of pitiful fish died. In the eyes of others, the Koi King was now like a water god, exuding an aura that made people not dare to look up. Many people in Fighting Soul Sacred City were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would have to kneel in front of this woman at this time. That would be a great loss of face. Ling Xiao, kneel down! In the end, the Koi King still felt that killing Ling Xiao directly was too easy for him. So she continued to release pressure and even used her sea beast bloodline. On her body, strange scales appeared. Her appearance also underwent a huge change. Ling Xiao had seen Hai Tian and Heidi like this before. This was the so-called Beastman form. The pressure increased by at least dozens of times. Zhanlong, Hinajiku, and the others couldn't even kneel. They were directly pressed to the ground as if their bodies were pressed by a mountain. They couldn't move at all. Ling Xiao looked back at the situation of Zhanlong and the others and sighed softly. It seems that it's time to make a move. Otherwise, Jiangnan Palace will be destroyed by this woman. Zhanlong and the others will also be injured. He finally stood up. Looking contemptuously at the Koi King in the sky, he said, "Your boring pressure. It's useless to me. I don't care what status you have, what strength you have. This kind of boring trick is too boring. It's better to do something real." Seeing Ling Xiao's contemptuous expression, the Koi King's blood suddenly rushed up. "Well, since you want to die, I'll help you." The Koi King roared. The terrifying water snake finally rushed to Ling Xiao. With a huge pressure, it changed the color of heaven and earth. In the distance, Zhanlong and Hinajiku couldn't help at all. At this time, they were suppressed by the pressure and didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only watch helplessly as the water snake swallowed Ling Xiao. Beautiful! In the sky, the martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City clapped and cheered. The Koi King still used this trick, but Ling Xiao is quite tough. He didn't kneel in the end. It doesn't matter if he kneels or not. When he dies, we can ravage his body to vent our anger. The martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City said viciously, but the next moment they showed a surprised expression. Ling Xiao didn't die. The dead one is the Koi King. The Koi King's body fell at Ling Xiao's feet like a dead fish. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to look. He kicked it aside. "This young master talked nonsense with you for a long time. I didn't expect that in the end, you still came to die." Ling Xiao really doesn't like this kind of boring battle. He likes to challenge the strong. Only the strong can make his blood boil and make his strength go further. Someone like the Koi King is really a waste. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, including the martial artists of Battle Soul Sacred City and Sword Soul Sacred City. Ling Xiao actually killed the Koi King. He had casually killed the famous genius Koi King. This is too inconceivable. After a long while, the martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City in the sky came back to their senses. Hateful, everyone, let's make Battle Soul Sacred City disappear today. Who is so bold to make Battle Soul Sacred City disappear? Ling Xiao didn't have time to make a move. Suddenly, he heard Zhao Fengyun's voice. This Zhao Fengyun is really fast. Behind him stood 400 to 500 people. Among them, there are Zi Qianya, Zi Long, Dragon Shark King, Demon Eye King, Dragon Sword Mountain, Hai Mian Ko, and so on that Ling Xiao is familiar with. There are also many unfamiliar faces. They are probably geniuses selected from other continents after many rounds of selection. Very good. It seems that the people under him are quite efficient and didn't let him down. Hee, General Zhao is back. Ling Xiao smiled, walked out of Jiangnan Palace, and looked at Zhao Fengyun. Greetings, young master. The task you gave to this subordinate has been completed. This is the first batch of 500 people. Zhao Fengyun bowed. Seeing this scene, the martial artists of Sword Soul Sacred City were dumbfounded. Chapter 43:24. Why would the upper echelons of Golden City be so respectful to Ling Xiao? And they even called him young master? This was too strange. Not to mention them, even the martial artists of Fighting Soul Sacred City were puzzled. When did Ling Xiao have such an awesome title? And the next scene shocked them even more. The 500 people knelt on the ground in unison. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor! Heavenly Emperor? Damn! When did Ling Xiao call himself Heavenly Emperor? Is there something wrong with this kid's brain? But with Zhao Fengyun here, they didn't dare to do anything. Get up! I'm sure you all know why I asked you to come here. Cultivate well. You are all genius martial artists who have gone through layers of selection. Don't let me down. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand and smiled. We understand. Everyone replied in unison. Regardless of their private relationship, in this public place, Ling Xiao still has the majesty of an emperor. General Zhao, take them down and make the arrangements. Long Sha, Moyen, Ming Kong, Qian Yi, the 4 of you stay. Seeing everyone stand up, Ling Xiao said with a smile, But young master, what about those people from Sword Soul Sacred City? Zhao Fengyun asked. Let them jump around for 2 days first. Don't we have to prepare for Jiang Nan's succession? It's better to kill less people if we can. Lest commandment, Sacred City, find trouble. Ling Xiao chuckled. This account has already been recorded in his blacklist. Sword, Soul Sacred City, will definitely be the first sacred city he destroys. Ling Xiao, just you wait. We will definitely go to Commandment Sacred City to complain. By the way, that woman Jiang Nan still wants to inherit the position of Holy Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City? I can tell you now. The day she succeeds is the day of Fighting Soul Sacred City's destruction. Let's go. The group of people from Sword Soul Sacred City didn't even want the body of the Koi King and left in a hurry. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind and let Zhao Fengyun do it. Then they couldn't do anything. At this time, they still did not know that Zhao Fengyun had resigned from his position in the Golden City and became the supreme elder of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. That was why he was so arrogant. Otherwise, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do this. After the people of Sword Spirit Sacred City left, Ling Xiao said to Dragon Shark and Demon Eye, Go and collect the carcass of the koi. If I kill her, you won't hate me, right? Actually, we arrived early in the morning, but General Zhao told us to wait. From body to soul, half of the koi no longer belonged to her. Rather than letting her become a stranger, a walking corpse, it was better to let her be free as soon as possible. That's why we didn't plead for mercy. The dragon shark's face revealed a sorrowful expression, and the demon Eye cried even more sadly. After all, Coily was their younger sister and elder sister. Ling Xiao sighed. It was precisely because of these two people that he had said so much, hoping that the Koi King would repent. However, He did not regret killing the Koi King. Otherwise, any random cat or dog would bully Battle Soul Sacred City. This Battle Soul Sacred City was his first stronghold after breaking into the 3,000 Sacred City. How could he let it fall apart? Go and collect her corpse. Bury her and cultivate well in the future. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. He believed that the dragon, shark, and demon eye would not betray him because of this. Perhaps they would complain a little, but this was normal. After all, the one who died was their own family. If they did not complain, wouldn't they be heartless people? After the Dragon Shark King and Demon Eye King left, Ling Xiao looked at Ziqinya and said, "How is Purple Spirit Kingdom?" "Your Majesty, don't worry about this. Ever since you became a disciple of Battle Soul Sacred City, no one dares to point fingers at Purple Spirit Kingdom. Everything is very safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here." Ziqinya smiled. "Sister Z, just call me Ling Xiao like before. It's fine as long as you know my identity in your heart. For now, we still have to keep a low profile and not use the banner of the Heavenly Empire." Ling Xiao smiled. "Got it, my good brother." Ziqinya stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Then you go do your thing," Ling Xiao said. Ziqinya nodded and turned to leave. Uft! Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into Haim Miankeo's arms. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Haim Miankeo was frightened for a moment, but when she saw Ling Xiao winking at her, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly. This Heavenly Emperor is going to be a demon again. She helped Ling Xiao into the bedroom of Jiangnan Palace and then closed the room. "My Heavenly Emperor, what are you up to this time?" Haim Miankeo smiled bitterly. "I want to know how many people in Battle Soul Sacred City are sincere about this city. Although I killed the Koi King, I was seriously injured. Doesn't that mean that I am only slightly stronger than the Koi King? Lun Chuyen can easily kill me. Facing such a situation, Qihua and the others can't protect Battle Soul Sacred City. Have the people in Battle Soul Sacred City changed their minds? Those who are afraid, just let them go. I want to make Battle Soul Sacred City my own, not some super mighty existence that belongs to Golden City. These trash can't be left behind, or else there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Also, I want to see who will come to the rescue when Battle Soul Sacred City is in danger. Who will take advantage of the situation. This will be very useful for my next plan." Ling Xiao told the truth. "What do you want me to do?" Haim Miankeo asked. "You just need to spread the news. Remember to act natural. Don't let anyone see any flaws," Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. "That's easy, I've done this before." Haim Miankeo nodded her head and said, "But, Your Majesty, you have to help me improve my cultivation. Right now, I'm only at the first divine core realm." "Who are we?" "Also, don't call me Your Majesty anymore, just call me by my name. You and I have known each other since the Heavenly Dragon Continent, and it has been a long time. Why are you being so courteous with me? There was a saying, love grows with time." Ling Xiao didn't have any love for Haim Miankeo in the past, but they were like an old couple after working together for a long time. They developed feelings for each other, although the only person he liked in his heart was still the Moon Maiden. But Haim Miankeo's position in his heart was constantly rising. He had left, but Haim Miankeo was taking care of the vast empire for him. Everyone had to have a conscience. Although there was more gratitude than love in this relationship, it was still love. "Don't worry about your strength. As long as I'm here, I can turn a pig into a demon." "Get lost, you're the pig," Haim Miankeo said grumpily. After that, she left while humming a tune. It seemed like she was in a good mood. A day passed. The entire Battle Soul Sacred City was suddenly shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Haim Miankeo's methods were brilliant. Not only did she follow Ling Xiao's instructions, she did it very well. Genius 1, second remember the site address. mobile version reading website. Chapter 43:25. Haim Miankos work soon bore fruit. The people of Fighting Soul Sacred City changed their minds. The first to flee were the second and third elders of the disciplinary hall. Instead, it was the first elder who stayed. His feelings for Fighting Soul Sacred City were too deep. Even if Fighting Soul Sacred City was really destroyed, he was determined to live and die with Fighting Soul Sacred City. Following the second and third elders, there were many people who left together. For a time, the population of Fighting Soul Sacred City withered. The original streets and alleys also became deserted and cheerless. There were only tens of thousands of people left. Now, there were only about 1,000 martial artists holding on. Most of these people were the older generation of martial artists. They had stayed in Fighting Soul Sacred City for many years and were reluctant to leave. They would rather die and hold on. Only Wang Hao was left as the city lord. The rest had gone their separate ways. The few remaining young martial artists were also Ling Zhao's life and death friends. Of course, there were also those martial artists who moved over from Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Zhao saw all of this but did not say a word. In Ling Zhao's view, this was not despair but hope. If every time his faction was on the verge of danger, he only thought of escaping, then what right did he have to enjoy the benefits of this faction? Anyway, there were still many people in Purple Spirit Kingdom. Just move over. Fighting Soul Sacred City did not lack people. Those who wanted to leave just leave. On this day, Jiang Nan returned from outside. Seeing the situation in Fighting Soul Sacred City, she was also quite surprised. However, the first thing she looked for Ling Zhao. The first thing she asked was whether Ling Zhao's injuries were serious. This made Ling Zhao somewhat moved. "Don't worry, Senior Jiang Nan. I'm fine." Then he told Jiang Nan his thoughts, because he believed in Jiang Nan. To those who believed in him, there was no need to hide. "You scared me to death." Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. "To be honest, if not for you behind me, how would I have the guts to apply to be the sacred lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City?" "Don't worry, at the critical moment I won't drop the chain." "But you, what did Discipline Sacred City say?" Ling Zhao asked. "Commandment Sacred City said that they will send someone to investigate in 3 days." Jiang Nan replied, "But to be honest, I'm not sure. Others seem to have taken the rumor you spread seriously. Therefore, many people are planning to cause trouble on the day of the review." "Haha, it's expected. Don't be nervous." Ling Zhao smiled and said, "You go and cultivate these 2 days. Take these medicinal pills and use them. Although it's not realistic to say that you can raise your cultivation by a few realms in 3 days, with your aptitude and my medicinal pills, you should be able to do it. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the late heavenly core realm." The reason why he was so confident was mainly because Jiang Nan had accumulated a lot of potential. Actually, everyone had potential. After a long period of cultivation, this potential accumulated in the body. It was just that most people were unable to activate it. He was the only one who had it easier. There was also a small group of people who would erupt under special circumstances. Jiang Nan had been cultivating for so many years. The reason why she hadn't made a breakthrough in her cultivation was because she hadn't found the trick. It was like a container filled with energy, but she couldn't find a way to release it. Ling Zhao's medicinal pills were used to activate this energy. If the effect was good, perhaps Jiang Nan could easily break through to the early stage of the extreme core realm. After all, there was a lot of potential stored in her body. "All right, I'll go and cultivate now." Jiang Nan excitedly took the medicinal pills and left. She trusted Ling Zhao's words very much. Therefore, she didn't think about whether these medicinal pills were effective or not. If Ling Zhao said it was effective, then it must be effective. During the 3 days of waiting for the review, the rumors were still spreading. The rumors were still spreading and had already spread throughout the 3,000 holy cities. Of course, it was because some busybodies were spreading the rumors on purpose. Jiang Nan was cultivating, but many people said that she was afraid of trouble and was hiding in a corner, not daring to show her face. There was another big issue. The 3,000 saint cities had a serious shortage of warriors. Their ranking had been continuously dropping. From the previous ranking of over 1,000, they had dropped to the last place. What did it mean to be the last place? In other words, this saint city was basically finished. As long as there was a slight push from the outside, it would collapse. If not for everyone preparing for the 3,000 saint cities ranking battle, there might really be forces that would directly make a move on fighting Seoul Sacred City. Regarding this, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. There was no difference between being the last place and being ranked over 1,000 in his opinion. If one couldn't become number one, it was a failure. Of course, without those trash staying in fighting Seoul Sacred City, the atmosphere here was much better. Zhao Fengyin left again. This time, he was prepared to do a big job. He had to transport at least 100,000 people. Other than a portion of warriors, there were also some people who were engaged in ordinary affairs. After all, fighting Seoul Sacred City was a city without various facilities that would be too miserable. Because there were more people, it was estimated that Zhao Fengyin wouldn't be able to rush back in a day. But this, Ling Xiao didn't care. With the great Devil King, even if Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Sword Lady, and Zhao Fengyin weren't around, he had nothing to be afraid of. Of course, the people outside didn't know about this. Some nearby saint cities that were about the same strength as fighting Seoul Sacred City had already planned to surrender to Sword Seoul Sacred City. The gift they offered was naturally fighting Seoul Sacred City. Although many of these saint cities had a good relationship with fighting Seoul Sacred City in the past, but the decline of fighting Seoul Sacred City had made them become ferocious. However, this was also human nature. The Saint Lord of Sword Seoul Sacred City had broken through to the early extreme core realm. In the nearby cities, he was the number one warrior. Even Lung Chuyen had reached the peak heavenly core realm, and among those at the same cultivation level, she was one of the top. Lung Chuyen made a statement. She wanted to personally destroy fighting Seoul Sacred City on the day of the Saint Lord's inspection. This statement was like an imperial edict to those nearby fence-sitters. Those who had a conscience chose to remain neutral, but most of the cities chose to add insult to injury. They were all waiting for that day to come, to humiliate fighting Seoul Sacred City, to humiliate Ling Xiao. The old men of fighting Seoul Sacred City gathered together and held a meeting. They all felt that they couldn't rely on Ling Xiao and Jiang Nan anymore. Therefore, on the day of the inspection, even if they had to sacrifice their lives to protect the honor of fighting Seoul Sacred City, they wouldn't hesitate. The leader of this meeting was the great elder of the Punishment Palace. When Ling Xiao heard Haim Myung-KO's report, he was filled with respect. To be honest, he didn't like these old men in the past. But now it seemed like when fighting Seoul Sacred City faced a life and death crisis, these old men were the most reliable. Don't worry, seniors, with me, Ling Xiao, here not only will fighting Seoul Sacred City not fall, it will become even stronger. He would never let these people die. This was a true fortune. After experiencing such humiliation and despair, those who were still able to stay were all people who had strong feelings for fighting Seoul Sacred City. Genius 1, second, remember this site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 43:26. On the second day, Ling Xiao ordered Haim Myung-KO to prepare for the reception of the disciplined Sacred City. Everything was going on as usual. He would do whatever he was supposed to do. Since he had achieved his goal, what he needed to do next would be simple. That was to use his own strength to make those who looked down on him and the fighting Seoul Sacred City feel regret. Jiang Nan was still in secluded cultivation. Ling Xiao was temporarily in charge of all the affairs of the sect. No one objected to this, although Ling Xiao didn't actually have any position, but his orders were still carried out. This was the benefit of cleaning up those trash. Haim Miankeo was the temporary acting lord of the Jiangnan Palace. Zi Qinya became the lord of the Divine Hawk Palace. Wang Hao was still the lord of the Hao Ran Palace. Since this guy didn't run away, he was qualified to continue being the lord of the prefecture. Zi Long became the new lord of the Purple Dragon Palace. Dragon Sword Mountain became the new lord of the Sword Mountain Palace. These were the temporary 5 prefecture lords. As for the Discipline Palace, it was still under the jurisdiction of the Great Elder. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about this old man. When the venue was being set up, all 5 prefecture lords were present. Hai Miankeo was the weakest amongst the 5 prefecture lords, but after a few days of special training by Ling Xiao, she had become the weakest. She was only at the 3rd divine core realm. She was weaker than most of the prefecture lords, but Ling Xiao was satisfied with her ability to get things done. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had given her a giant devil at the peak of the extreme core stage, who dared to behave atrociously in front of her. Wang Hao was still at the perfect 7th divine core realm, the perfect earth core realm. Zi Qinya was at the same cultivation level as him, but his potential was obviously higher. He had a bright future ahead of him. Zi Long was at the early 6th divine core realm. Dragon Sword Mountain was at the 4th divine core realm. None of them were strong, but they had Ling Xiao's support. Aside from Wang Hao, Zi Qinya, Zi Long, and Dragon Sword Mountain each had a giant demon at the peak of the extreme core stage. Ling Xiao kept one troll king for himself, which was enough. Tomorrow's review will definitely surprise those who look down on us. Haim Miankeo smiled. Have you sent out all the invitations? Ling Xiao asked. They've all been sent out. However, even if these people come, they're probably here to cause trouble, not to congratulate us. Someone might even show up uninvited. Hai Miankeo said, Hee, it's good that they're here. Holy Lord Jiang Nan will shut them up tomorrow. Is our fighting soul sacred city finished? Let them continue to be immersed in this beautiful dream. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. Wang Hao was confused. What kind of situation was this? Why was the boss behind the scenes still so calm? City Lord Wang Hao, to be honest, I'm very surprised and touched that you're willing to stay. You must have suffered a lot these days, right? Ling Xiao looked at Wang Hao and asked. This sentence ignited all of Wang Hao's grievances. Sai, don't mention it. I don't know that those guys who claim to be my good brothers are so heartless. They're actually so heartless. Not only are they heartless, but they're also adding insult to injury. Don't mention how aggrieved it is. Speaking of this matter, Wang Hao couldn't help but vent his anger. He had helped those people a lot in the past. In the past, when fighting Soul Sacred City was doing well, he was very righteous. Now that he was in trouble, those bastards didn't even dare to say a word of support. They were all frightened by Sword Soul Sacred City's warning and didn't dare to make a sound. How could they be the Holy Lord? How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. City Lord Wang Hao, don't be angry with those people. Tomorrow, I'll let you hold your head high and vent your anger. I'll make all those who mocked and ridiculed you kneel down and beg you. Ling Xiao laughed. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. There were many questions in his heart. When he wanted to ask, he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Don't ask anything now. You just need to understand that you made the right choice. This choice will also benefit you for the rest of your life. In addition, leave behind the seats for the upper echelons of fighting Soul Sacred City and the disciplined Sacred Cities, Discipline Knights. Everyone else, retreat. Leave? But what if there are guests? Wang Hao was stunned for a moment and asked. If they're really here to give their blessings, just add a temporary seat. If they're here to laugh at us, just let them stand. They don't deserve to sit. Ling Xiao sneered. Ling Shao, you're wrong this time. Those people don't deserve to sit, they don't even deserve to stand. They only deserve to kneel there. Haim, Myung-keo said. Well said. Ling Shao smiled. He was looking forward to tomorrow's inspection. Who knew how many untactful people would come to their deaths tomorrow? Instead of dealing with them one by one, why not wipe them out tomorrow? On the second day, the martial artists from Purple Spirit Kingdom, other than a few city lords, were all cultivating. Although they had great potential, they were not strong enough. Therefore, cultivating was their top priority. There were less than 1,000 people in the inspection hall. Among them were the old guys who were determined to die. Apart from a few who knew the details, their expressions did not change. Most of them were very disappointed. One had to know that at the peak of Fighting Soul Sacred City, there were 100,000 people. Now, there were less than 1,000 people left. How pitiful! Jiang Nan had not come out of seclusion. Ling Shao sat on the main seat. Anyway, everyone knew that although Jiang Nan was the sacred lord, he was actually the one in charge. Jiang Nan was more like a general manager, handling complicated matters for him. Moreover, Jiang Nan had not shown up yet. Sai, our War Soul Sacred City has really declined. Previously, when Sacred Master Zhang Wu succeeded to the position of Sacred Master, he became the next Sacred Master. When Sacred Lord Zhang took over, there were hundreds of Sacred Lords who came to support him. Now, not a single Sacred Lord has shown up. All right, don't say any more. This kind of thing was already expected. Since we chose to stay, don't complain. No matter what, we are people of Fighting Soul Sacred City. We must not lose face for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Yes, the other sacred cities did not give face. It is obvious that Sword Soul Sacred City is obstructing them. How hateful! What can we do? Sword Soul Sacred City has a genius like Lung Chuyen. Not only did she help the Sacred Lord's cultivation breakthrough, but her own cultivation is also extremely powerful. It makes sense to be fawned on. Then you should also fawn on them. I'm not going. I was born as a member of Fighting Soul Sacred City, and I will die as a ghost of Fighting Soul Sacred City. I just feel that Jiang Nan is not qualified to be the Sacred Lord. It would be better to let the Great Elder of the Punishment Hall be the Sacred Lord. He would not be so cowardly. Until now, he still doesn't dare to show up. There's no other way. Jiang Nan has Ling Shao behind him. Although Ling Shao is not scary, he has the support of General Zhao Fengyan. Now, the people of the 3,000 sacred cities did not know the relationship between Ling Shao, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyan. However, the people of Fighting Soul Sacred City knew that Zhao Fengyan was working for Ling Shao. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of this book. Chapter 43:27. But too bad, no one in the outside world knew that Zhao Fengyan was working for Ling Shao. If not, they wouldn't have dared to disrespect Ling Shao and look down on Fighting Soul Sacred City. Sword Soul Sacred City is here to participate in the selection ceremony for the new Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Come out and welcome us. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. A few hundred figures appeared at the same time. Many of them were heavenly core warriors. The strongest among them was obviously Lung Chuyen from Sword Soul Sacred City. It was obvious that they weren't here to support Jiang Nan. They were here to cause trouble for Fighting Soul Sacred City. Lung Chuyen stood in the sky, her black silk dress fluttering in the wind. Her beautiful face was filled with a gloomy coldness. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Many people stood up and looked at the sky with fear. Among these few hundred people, many of them were Saint Lords and City Lords from different cities. Of course, they were extremely strong. This shocked those old men from Fighting Soul Sacred City. Helplessness and despair could be seen in their eyes. Initially, They wanted to defend the glory of Fighting Soul Sacred City with their lives. But now, it looked like they wouldn't have the chance to do so. The enemy was too strong. Ling Xiao, that group of trash is here. Just as you expected. They're clearly here to cause trouble. Wang Hao stood up. He was worried. He didn't expect so many people to come. But obviously, they weren't here to support. Next to Lung Chuyen, there were a few city lords from Sword Soul Sacred City. Their overall strength was much stronger than the former city lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Most of them were at the mid-heavenly core realm. As for the other saint lords, they were all at the peak heavenly core realm. As for the city lords who followed them, they were all at the peak earth core realm. This obviously proved how strong Sword Soul Sacred City was. Among these people, the Saint Lord of Sword Soul Sacred City wasn't here. Obviously, he didn't think it was necessary for him to come. Lung Chuyen was enough to handle the situation. City Lord Wang Hao, don't worry, just sit down. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face while drinking his tea. Wang Hao wanted to say something, but he didn't. He really didn't know where Ling Xiao got his confidence from. If Xiao Fengyan, it would be fine. But Xiao Fengyan, he wasn't here. Should we ask Saint Lord Jiang Nan to come out? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Fengyan, Lung Chuyen. She just wanted to drag this group of people over to watch me make a fuss. She is to humiliate me. Ha! I didn't expect there to be so many holy sovereigns who are blind. Today, many saint cities. Ling Xiao's voice was as calm as ever, as though the hundreds of powerhouses were nothing to be worried about. Jiang Nan, hurry up and come out to greet them. Wang of Jiangjiang to hell, sacred city following the roar. The hundreds of people arrived in the air above the main hall. They. Contempt and disdain. They were to say to, "Oh." The first elder of the disciplinary hall sighed. Today would be the end of Fighting Soul Sacred City. It wasn't that he was a coward, but there were some things that he couldn't control. In the sky, the beautiful woman in black exuded a peerlessly cold aura. It was as if she was the master of this world. The people around her were all her vassals and foils. They were even her dogs. The great elder sat on the chair, helplessly. Sigh, we shouldn't have made an enemy of Sword Soul Sacred City. Great elder, it's useless to say this now. Even if we don't make an enemy of Sword Soul Sacred City, they won't let us go. That's right. Now that things have come to this, we can only go all out. It's better to die in battle than to live like a coward. Forget it, let's go and welcome them. Otherwise, they will be angry and massacre Fighting Soul Sacred City. Just as they were about to stand up, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. Sit there. Whoever dares to go out will be a traitor of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Speaking to hear, his voice suddenly became much louder. The group of people in the sky shouted coldly, "Welcome my ass! If you want to participate in the investigation, get down. If you don't, scram." These words gave those old fellows in Fighting Soul Sacred City a fright. Your words are indeed very unyielding, but isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Others haven't done anything yet, and you're deliberately angering them? But these people didn't realize that the other party didn't come through the door, but descended from the sky. This in itself was a humiliation to Fighting Soul Sacred City. When people got old, they were still timid in the end. To be able to live, most of them didn't want to die. How could they be as arrogant as Ling Xiao? Courting death. When the group of people in the sky heard Ling Xiao's words, they were also stunned and then flew into a rage. They were going to destroy Ling Xiao, but they were stopped by Lung Chuyen. What's the hurry? There's still a good show to watch. Letting him die like this is letting him off too easily. I want him to be humiliated before he dies. Lung Chuyen let out a light laugh. Then she descended first. But then She realized that there were no seats for them in the huge palace. "Brat, you're really as reckless as the rumors say." One of the city lords from Sword, Soul, Sacred City was annoyed. "I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare a seat, or else Daddy will tear this Fighting Soul Sacred City apart. Dogs, you don't have the right to sit. You can just squat down." Ling Xiao looked at the city lord with disdain. A mid-heavenly core warrior was nothing in Ling Xiao's eyes. "You're courting death." The city lord of Sword Soul, Sacred City, roared out. Then he leapt towards Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. The figure blocked the city lord's path. Both men's palms collided, and the city lord was at a disadvantage. "Jiang Nan, Jian Wan." The man who appeared in front of Ling Xiao was Jiang Nan. As for the city lord of Sword Soul Sacred City, who tried to kill Ling Xiao, he was Jian Wan. "Oh, not bad, Jiang Nan. You've broken through to the peak heavenly core realm. You're much faster than I expected." Ling Xiao didn't expect this at all. He was happy that Jiang Nan was able to break through to the late heavenly core realm. In just 3 days, she had broken through to the peak heavenly core realm. It looked like Jiang Nan had been working really hard in the past, but she hadn't found a good way to break through. Ling Xiao had provided her with the best way to break through. "Greetings, young lord." Jiang Nan had benefited greatly from this, and she was extremely grateful towards Ling Xiao. Therefore, she had learned from Zhao Fengyun and the others and called Ling Xiao young lord. Ling Xiao didn't reject her. She could call him whatever she wanted. Obviously, his status was higher than Jiang Nan's. This could be considered to be a legitimate thing to do. But this scene had confused everyone, especially Lung Chuyen. Jiang Nan was the temporary Saint Lord, and if she passed the inspection, she would become the true Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. But now she was calling Ling Xiao young lord. This was too strange. Chapter 43:28. But Jiang Nan did not care what others thought. Anyway, in her heart, Ling Xiao was her boss. Calling him young lord was no problem at all. She turned around and looked at everyone, saying, "Since you came to our Fighting Soul Sacred City, be a little more well-behaved." After she finished speaking, she sat down beside Ling Xiao, waiting for the disciplinary knights sent by Yelu's Sacred City. "Jiang Nan, you're really embarrassing. Clearly a holy lord, but you still have to listen to a disciple. Living for so long, you've really lived in vain." Jian Wan said with a cold smile. A holy lord from another sacred city beside also said, "This Ling Xiao is merely at Earth Core Realm completion, cultivation, although he also reached the level of a city lord. But compared to Lung Chuyen, the difference is far, simply heaven and earth. Is it useful for you to spoil him like this?" After several decades, Lung Chuyen will definitely become the peak of the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City will also definitely become one of the few most powerful sacred cities among the 3,000 sacred cities. Sword Soul Sacred City's Holy Lord is right to value Miss Lung Chuyen. But what's the point of you valuing this Ling Xiao so highly? Lung Chuyen said with a faint smile, "Holy Lord Gu's words are seriously too much of a compliment. Chuyen doesn't dare to accept it, but you're right about one thing. Ling Xiao is a person who is about to die. No matter how Jiang Nan protects him, it's useless. Furthermore, Fighting Soul Sacred City is currently ranked last among the 3,000 sacred cities, on the verge of destruction. I feel that if Jiang Nan is smart, she can totally leave this run-down place." Everyone nodded, repeatedly. Among them, a holy lord with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks laughed loudly and said, "Miss Lung probably doesn't know, right? Jiang Nan, this old cow-eating young grass. I'm afraid she's taken a liking to this Ling Xiao. She's planning to find this Ling Xiao to be a gigolo. Otherwise, why would she be so protective? Right, I think the two people might have already done that, ha 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 ha. Jiang Nan's expression suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. Insulting her was fine, but she could not allow others to insult Ling Xiao. No one could. Furthermore, when this guy with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was beaten half to death, it was her who lent a helping hand and saved him. In the end, this guy became the Holy Lord. Who would have thought that he would hit a man when he was down today? He was worse than an animal. Monkey blocks thunder. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such words? Don't forget who helped you back then. It's all thanks to my help that your white thunder sacred city is able to achieve what it is today. Jiang Nan said furiously, if it wasn't for the fact that today was the day of the Holy Lord's inspection, she would have already made her move. She was now a peak heavenly core warrior. There was no need for her to fear this monkey Sai Lei. Of course, it would be troublesome for her to deal with hundreds of people by herself. Therefore, if Ling Xiao did not allow her to make a move, she would not easily make a move. Ho Sai Lei sneered shamelessly. This holy master didn't ask for your help. You were the one who took the initiative. So, why should I care about your feelings? Ridiculous. He had actually dared to utter such shameless words. It was clear that this monkey Sai Lei was a despicable person. Saint Lord Monkey, don't be angry over such a trivial matter. People who only know how to bring up old scores. We have to pity her. This meant that she no longer had a future. Look at the entire Fighting Soul Sacred City. It's dead and lifeless, just like the morning bell. It's lifeless. Please take pity on this sad woman. Lung Chuyen said in a strange tone. Ha ha ha, Miss Lung is right. We have to pity the weak, right? Miss Lung is so kind. Everyone burst into laughter. Although they didn't have any seats, it didn't stop them from talking nonsense. Right at this moment, Lung Chuyen was staring at Ling Xiao, hoping to see anger and unwillingness in Ling Xiao's eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't see any anger or unwillingness. What she saw was a cold killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. That killing intent made her feel a chill down her spine. She suddenly recalled what happened in the immemorial divine tomb. Ling Xiao was definitely a daring and reckless person. Although there was a rule in the disciplined sacred city, no one was allowed to casually kill someone. But Ling Xiao might not abide by this rule. Someone had bullied him, and Ling Xiao really had the guts to make a move. But after giving it some thought, she suddenly laughed. That's why I want you to make a move. With your strength. So what if you're angry? Who do you think you can kill? But Lung Chuyen still couldn't understand why Ling Xiao was sitting there calmly. He was more indifferent than anyone else. The indifferent killing intent was brewing, as if a storm was coming. But none of the people on the scene noticed this. They were still laughing at the Fighting Soul Sacred City. Jiang Nan, why don't you just give the Saint City Lord position to your little man? This way, even if the Fighting Soul Sacred City is destroyed, you won't have to take any responsibility. That Ling Xiao is actually quite strong. Even the Koi King was killed by him. What kind of strength is that? I think someone must have helped him. Besides, even if he killed the Koi King, didn't he suffer serious injury? I think he's at most an early heavenly core warrior. He's too weak compared to our Miss Lung, who is like a goddess. Shut up. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. It was the great elder of the Punishment Palace. He furiously unleashed his terrifying aura, but it was only at the late heavenly core realm. But this old man still had his own backbone. The future Saint City Lord was being humiliated, the Fighting Soul Sacred City was being humiliated, and his disciple was being humiliated. As the great elder of the Punishment Palace, he had to stand up. At the same time, all the other old men stood up as well. There were a few hundred of them, although most of them were only at the peak Earth core realm. But with these few hundred men standing here, it was still an imposing scene. They couldn't let these bastards do whatever they wanted. Hee hee, are you all angry? Hosai Lei said with a mocking tone, "Even if all of you old men come at me together, I won't be afraid. Get the hell out of the fighting soul sacred city right now. Or else, even if we have to risk our lives, we won't let you do whatever you want here." The great elder of the punishment palace furiously roared. "You're asking us to get the hell out of here? Looks like I don't have to teach you, old men, a lesson today. You don't know how powerful I am." Hosai Lei sneered. Then he unleashed his peak heavenly core aura. Not only did Lung Chuyen not stop him, she even made way for him. She let Hosai Lei fight, as long as he didn't kill anyone. Even if he crippled those old men, the disciplined sacred city wouldn't do anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't try to stop him either. If he wanted to kill someone, he had to have a reason. Besides, he had to let these old men know that he owed them a favor. He had to let them know that only he, Ling Xiao, could save the fighting soul sacred city. Of course, if someone's life was in danger, he would still step in. After all, he admired these old men from the bottom of his heart. Kill. Hosai Lei leapt forward. Frightening lightning bolts condensed on both of his fists. He threw them into the crowd. A total of 600 old men tried their best to defend themselves. When they joined forces, they were a formidable force. Although Hosai Lei had knocked a few old men away, he was also knocked back by the impact. He had underestimated the strength of these old men. End of chapter. Chapter 40, 3:29. Hosai Lei, if you can't do it, let me help you. Sect, Lord Gu said with a smile on his face. Gu Qing, this is none of your business. Being mocked, Hosai Lei unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul was the extremely powerful Thunder Fish martial soul. The Thunder Fish was the evolved form of the electric eel. The lightning it unleashed was even more powerful. Right when Hosai Lei unleashed his Thunder Fish martial soul, his entire body was covered in lightning. Obviously, his overall strength had skyrocketed. When Hosai Lei charged into the crowd, all the old men of the fighting soul sacred city were knocked down. They were struck by the lightning and couldn't get back up. A peak heavenly core warrior was indeed powerful. Although he was slightly injured, most of the men had been defeated. In the end, the great elder of the criminal law palace realized he couldn't win. He was actually trying to detonate his inner core. Hosai Lei was startled by this. If all the men, including the great elder of the criminal law palace, were to detonate their inner cores, even if all of them didn't die, they would be severely injured. Seeing this, Ling Xiao wanted to stop them. He couldn't let these men detonate themselves. These old men had sworn to protect the fighting soul sacred city, even if they had to die. They still had a long way to go. They still had to continue protecting the holy city. But before he could do anything, Jiang Nan had already struck. She pushed Hosai Lei back with a palm strike, and at the same time stopped the great elder from detonating himself. The rest of the men stopped as well. Without a target, it was meaningless to detonate themselves. Step back, great elder of the criminal law palace. It's not time for us to fight to the death with the enemy. Jiang Nan stared at Hosai Lei with a cold expression, her eyes filled with killing intent. As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, even if she had to give up her position as the Saint Lord, she would kill this Hosai Lei. It's not time for us to fight to the death. The enemy has come to our home to bully us. We don't want to be cowards. The great elder of the criminal law palace furiously roared. No one asked you to be a coward. Go back and sit down. We'll watch the show. Jiang Nan believed that Ling Xiao had his own plan. He wouldn't just stand by and watch his men being bullied. At this time, Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Aya, great elder, you really need to change your temper. Isn't it just a bunch of dogs barking at our war soul sacred city? Once the inspection ceremony is over, I'll just kill them all." His words were said in a casual manner. However, it made many people shudder in fear. Kill them all? Are you serious? The old fellows of Fighting Soul Sacred City all felt that Ling Xiao was not a joking person. But today's joke was a little too much. Miss Lung, this brat has repeatedly humiliated us as dogs. If I don't kill him, I won't be able to hold myself back. Previously, Hosai Lei had lost face and wanted to regain it. Their target was naturally Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was far from his. He believed that as long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to take him down. That's right. Let's get rid of that brat and then destroy this Fighting Soul Sacred City. Gu Qing also said coldly. Among them, there were either saint lords or city lords, yet they were being humiliated like this. Who could stand it? Lung Chuyen, this woman, was very calm. She chuckled and said, "Why are you all angry? You only know how to talk to a person who is about to die. In a while, when the people from Commandment Sacred City arrive, I will naturally request to start a war between Sword Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Sacred City. At that time, you can kill however you want. There is no need to rush. If we make a move now, it will be a little unjustified. Once Commandment Sacred City investigates, it will be hard for us to say, 'This brat is just trying to provoke us.'" After hearing Lung Chuyen's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. That was close. This Ling Xiao was too cunning. Since he could not win, he actually tried to use Commandment Sacred City to deal with them. Sinister. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. He really did not have the idea of letting Commandment Sacred City deal with these people. It was better to rely on oneself than others. He just wanted to add some reason for himself to make a move. That way, even if Commandment Sacred City investigated, he also had a reason to argue. Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle has arrived. Dharma Apostle? Didn't they say it was a Commandment night? Hee. It seemed that even Commandment Sacred City looked down on Fighting Soul Sacred City. They actually sent the lowest level Dharma Apostle to preside over such a big matter. This was really looking down on others. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart, but still sat there arrogantly. However, the hundreds of people led by Lung Chuyen had already knelt down, including Jiang Nan, Wang Hao, Commandment Hall's Grand Elder, and the remaining 1,000 people knelt down. Only Ling Xiao, Haim Mian Ko, Ziqinya, and Long Jinshan did not kneel. The three behind them were watching Ling Xiao's actions. If Ling Xiao knelt down, they would kneel. At this time, Ling Xiao was leaning comfortably on the armchair, drinking tea in his hands. He did not have any intention of putting Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Apostle in his eyes. Since Commandment Sacred City looked down on them, why should they give face to them? If the Commandment Sacred City's Dharma Master came, he might even bow and salute. A mere Dharma Apostle wanted him to kneel down. What a joke! The Dharma Apostle sent by Commandment Sacred City was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, a peak heavenly core warrior. This cultivation level was normal. If he didn't even have a peak heavenly core warrior, how could he control the Saint Lords here? The Dharma Apostle walked into the main hall, and he saw Ling Xiao still sitting there. He couldn't help but frown, but he didn't say anything. This kind of arrogant person who didn't know the severity of the situation wouldn't live for long. There was no need for him to be angry with this kind of person. Since the future Saint Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City had knelt down, that was enough. He gently raised his hand and said, "You can all rise." After saying that, he walked towards the seat that was prepared beforehand and was about to sit down. "Who allowed you to sit?" Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded out. "You're just a Dharma Apostle. You're not qualified to sit here. This seat is prepared for Commandment Nights." The Dharma Apostle was startled for a second. Then a flame of anger rose in his chest. What an arrogant guy! Who is he? How dare he not give him any face? "Humph, I'm going to kill you later." Although he didn't say anything, in his mind he already hated Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. Among the 3,000 saint cities, He wasn't afraid of anyone, including the Dharma Lord of Commandment City. Whoever gave him face, he would give face to them. Since it was Commandment City who didn't give him face first, there was no need for him to be polite. They said they would send Commandment Knights, but now they sent a Dharma Apostle. Who were they trying to fool? The fact that he didn't attack Zhangxian was already being very respectful. Leng Chuyen and the others were startled for a second. Then they sneered. So this guy is an idiot. He even dares to provoke a Dharma Apostle from Commandment City. He's really scared of dying a slow death. I was worried that Commandment City wouldn't agree to start a war, but I didn't expect this guy to do this. I'm sure Commandment City will agree. Hee, this is called digging your own grave. You can't blame anyone else. Everyone stood there, waiting to see what a joke this was. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 43:30. Jiangnan, Haim Miankeo, Long Jianshan, Ziqianya and Zilong all knew why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. However, the disciplinary hall's first elder and the others had a hard time. All of them were in a state of confusion. They had no idea why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. Jiangnan, who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Aren't you the most powerful person in the Fighting Soul Saint City? The Dharma Apostle asked coldly. Master Dharma Apostle, this is my young lord. His words are more important than mine. Jiangnan bowed and said, Humph, you're going to be the Saint Lord soon, but you call this little bastard your young lord. Don't you feel ashamed? The Dharma Apostle coldly harumphed. I don't feel ashamed. Master Dharma Apostle, shouldn't you get down to business? Jiangnan said with an indifferent tone. Humph, if you want to be the Saint Lord, you need the approval of more than half of the people in the city. You also need to be at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. The Dharma Apostle coldly harumphed. There's no problem with the first requirement. Everyone here agrees that I'll be the Saint Lord. As for the second requirement, please take the test. Jiangnan said with a smile. She now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to clear out all those trash. If those people didn't leave, it would be troublesome for her to inherit the Saint Lord position. But now it was different. Those old men were saved by her, so they didn't dare to oppose her. With so many people here, it was easy to get more than half of them. Next, it was a matter of strength. Cultivation base didn't count. The most important thing was one's combat strength. Therefore, someone had to take the test. Master Dharma Apostle, why don't you let me test Saint Lord Jiangnan's strength? Lan Chuyen stood up with a smile on her face and said to the Dharma Apostle. The Dharma Apostle was satisfied. Let him do it himself? Why? He was sent here by the disciplined Saint City, and he had a noble status. How could he fight with this bunch of trash? Since someone volunteered, he was more than happy to do it. All right, I've heard about your extraordinary talent. Since you're willing to help me, I'm more than happy to help you. The Dharma Apostle smiled. His impression of Leng Chuyen was much better than his impression of Ling Xiao. Both Leng Chuyen and Ling Xiao were the geniuses of the 3,000 saint cities. Ling Xiao had completed his previous mission quite well. Furthermore, he was able to kill the Koi King, which meant that he had some ability. But the problem was, besides those in Fighting Soul Saint City, there was no one witnessed was the king killing the king was king. Therefore, the outside world was saying that Ling Xiao had an unfair advantage. He must have joined forces with others to make a move. Just like that, after killing the Koi King, he was still injured. It was really embarrassing. On top of that, Ling Xiao's attitude towards him today made him very unhappy. Leng Chuyen, on the other hand, was different. Even though she had already become the next successor of the Sword Spirit Sacred City's Saint Lord, she was still a Saint Lord. She was even Jiang. She was in addition. She was beautiful and had a pleasant voice. He liked her. She was the one God. She was the great Lord. He's Jiang. He's Jiang. He was. Wait. Just as the Dharma apostle decided to let Lung Chuyin and Jiang Nen fight, Ling Xiao spoke again. What do you want now? The Dharma apostle was getting impatient. Dharma apostle, don't you think you're making a stupid decision? Lung Chuyin, what makes you think she can fight our Saint Lord? Is she even qualified? If you want her to fight, can I fight on behalf of our Saint Lord? Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. He could tell that Jiang Nen was no match for Lung Chuyin. Lung Chuyin was one of the top warriors in the perfect heavenly core realm. Jiang Nen had just broken through to this realm. Although he was stronger than Hosai Lei and Gucheng, he was still weaker than Lung Chuyin. Therefore, if the two of them fought, Jiang Nen would lose. He could forget about the Saint Lord position. That was why Ling Xiao decided to fight on his own. You want to fight? The Dharma apostle was intrigued. Was this Ling Xiao an idiot? You're just a perfect Earth Core warrior, and you want to fight on behalf of Jiang Nan? Are you trying to trick Jiang Nan? Or are you trying to help Jiang Nan? Master Dharma apostle, I agree with what Ling Xiao said. Why don't we let him fight on behalf of Jiang Nan? He is Jiang Nan's disciple. If he can win, then Saint Lord Jiang Nan won't have any problems. Lung Chuyin couldn't wait to fight with Ling Xiao. That's why she was trying her best to help. The Dharma apostle knew what Lung Chuyin was trying to do. She was trying to curry favor with this woman who would become a giant in the future. He finally nodded his head and said, Since both sides agree, then let's do it. Hearing his words, the disciplinary hall's grand elder and the others panicked even more. Ling Xiao would be seriously injured if he killed the Koi King. The Koi King was only an early heavenly core warrior, but Lung Chuyin was a perfect heavenly core warrior. The gap between their strength was just too big. How could they win? They were finished. The fighting soul sacred city was going to lose all its face. Ling Xiao stopped messing around. The great elder said angrily, Great elder, there's no need to be angry. I've already agreed. Just watch. Jiang Nan said with an indifferent tone. She had complete trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was able to kill Zhang Wu with a single strike. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. Can I kill her? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Today, Lung Chuyin had brought some men to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to pick a fight. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. If he let her walk out of the Fighting Soul Sacred City alive, then he would be the one who was useless. Ha ha ha. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? It's good enough that Miss Lung didn't kill him. How dare he try to kill Miss Lung? Hosai Lei laughed out wildly. Look at his actions. I know there's something wrong with his head. We should show him some sympathy. Gu Cheng said with a laugh, You can't kill him unless both of you sign a life and death contract before the fight. No matter who dies, it's not your fault. The Dharma apostle said, I am willing. Ling Xiao and Lung Chuyin answered almost at the same time. Both of them wanted each other dead. Ling Xiao hated Lung Chuyin for actually bringing so many people to the Fighting Soul Sacred City to mess things up. If he didn't kill Ling Chuyin, he couldn't kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. Lung Chuyin already wanted Ling Xiao dead since the time in the ancient divine tomb. Now that she was powerful, this thought was naturally even more urgent. All right, since both sides agree, then sign a life and death contract before fighting. The law apprentice was happy to watch the show. Anyway, he didn't think that Lung Chuyin would lose. He was very happy that Ling Xiao was dead. After all, Ling Xiao was very rude to him previously. The two signed the life and death contract successfully. Lung Chuyin walked out of the hall impatiently and went to the plaza outside. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let's settle our old and new grudges together today. Hoo-hoo. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked out too. On the plaza there was an arena. It was originally used by the Fighting Soul Sacred City's disciples to spar. Today, it was just right for them to fight. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the arena, The disciplinary court's first elder couldn't help but stomp his feet. This kid has talent, but no brains. Think about it, with your perfect Earth core realm cultivation. Can you really win against that woman? End of this chapter. Chapter 40, 331. Head Elder. I feel that Ling Xiao has a reason for doing so. What reason? Most likely, he knows that Jiang Nan is inferior to that woman. That's why he will fight himself. He's just an ordinary disciple. Losing also doesn't represent fighting, soul, sacred city. But if Jiang Nan loses, it's different. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that this boy is actually so noble. The punishment hall's head elder also felt that there was only this possibility. But this was a little too cruel to Ling Xiao, right? At this time on the stage, Ling Xiao was dressed in azure robes, standing there proudly, completely without the slightest hint of decadence and fear. A head of black hair fluttered with the wind. Apart from being free and easy, it also revealed some hints of a king's aura. I really didn't expect that you're actually so dumb to actually want to replace Jiang Nan to fight with me. What's even more unexpected is that you actually dared to sign a life and death contract with me. What in the world happened during this period of time to be able to make a cunning fellow become so dull? Perhaps you think that this is being noble, wanting to die for Jiang Nan. But if you die, I'll still destroy Fighting Soul Sacred City. Lun Qiuyan's black satin long dress wrapped around her perfect figure. In the icy cold smile, there was some contempt. The voice was arrogant and indifferent. Ling Xiao stood at a place 100 meters away from Lung Qiuyan, listening to Lung Qiuyan's self-opinionated words. He could not help laughing. He knew that apart from the few people around him, everyone present did not think highly of him. But so what? He, Ling Xiao, had never needed to let others understand his actions. His actions were all based on his own heart. Lung Qiuyan, hasn't anyone said before that your laughable confidence makes you appear even more self-opinionated? Ling Xiao said with a light laugh, "Why do I dare to fight with you? Why do I dare to sign a life and death contract? Don't you use your brain? Forget it. Even if you understand now, it's also already too late. Make your move. Everyone is watching." Ling Xiao's voice similarly revealed some contempt. Because Lung Qiuyan was indeed inferior to him. Lung Qiuyan frowned. Following that, she laughed again. He had almost fallen for Ling Xiao's trick. This guy was really good at putting on airs and fooling people. Unfortunately, it was meaningless to use it on him. You only know how to flaunt your tongue. Although this is a battle of life and death, I can give you a chance. As long as you kneel in front of me and agree to be my slave. Listen to my orders, and I'll let you live. Lung Qiuyan sneered. Then I have to thank you, but I, Ling Xiao, am not used to being someone's slave. Ling Xiao did not draw his sword, because there was no need. With his current mid-9th level Emperor Realm physical body, he was able to make a breakthrough. He didn't even need to transform. Just by relying on his bare hands and the Beast God's special skill, he could easily win. Although he did not draw his sword, his aura was gradually released. A roaring killing intent enveloped the arena. Yeah, what a pity. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Lun Qiuyan knew that it was impossible for a guy like Ling Xiao to surrender casually. Therefore, he didn't waste any time. He directly made his move. It was different from her previous self. Now, she had mastered the top martial skills of a sword spirit sacred city. The strongest martial skill had reached the peak of the 8th level Emperor realm. This was the best martial skill among the sacred city, ranked below 1,000. The fact that she could learn it was enough to show that the sword spirit sacred city valued her. For revenge, in order to let herself get better martial skills, she cultivated desperately and had long grasped these martial skills to the point of perfection. Today it could come in handy. Secret method, heart-slaying sword. This was not an attack driven by true essence. It was a secret method performed by soul force. The heart-slaying sword suddenly appeared. Invisible and traceless, heart-slaying. She had no intention of being merciful. The first time she made a move, she used her trump card. It was unknown how many warriors had died under this heart-slaying sword. This kind of secret method was simply impossible to guard against. The crowd didn't even see the sword light. The attack had already been released. The onlookers could only feel their souls trembling. They were comparing. If it were them, they would not be able to block this attack at all. They would be defeated on the spot. Jiang Nan now understood why Ling Xiao wanted to make a move. Lung Chuyen was much more terrifying than she imagined. Even the Dharma apprentice was shocked. Lung Chuyen's attack was not only stronger, but also more bizarre. Ling Xiao stood there like a fool, not moving at all. The heart-slaying sword pierced through Ling Xiao's head. Because it was a secret method condensed by soul force, it also hurt the soul. It seemed that Ling Xiao's body did not have any injuries, but many people knew that he was finished. It's over. That Ling Xiao really overestimated himself. Jian Luan sneered. It's really boring. It actually ended like this. Miss Lung should teach that guy a good lesson and let him know that some people should not be offended. Ho Sai Lei curled his lips. That's right. We have to make Ling Xiao suffer a fate worse than death. That would be letting him off too easily. Gu Qing was also dissatisfied. On the War Soul Sacred City side, a trace of sadness appeared on the face of the disciplinary hall's great elder. He did not like Ling Xiao in the past, but Ling Xiao was willing to die for Jiang Nan. This moved him a little. The other old men also lowered their heads, feeling that they had missed out on Ling Xiao in the past. Trash! Lun Chuyen stopped her attack and said disdainfully, What did you do? Suddenly, Ling Xiao's face was brimming with a brilliant smile as he looked at Lun Chuyen and asked, Ah! At that moment, almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyeballs almost flew out. What the F *CK? How is this possible? It was too strange. Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. Impossible. You were clearly hit by my heart-slaying sword. How can you be fine? Lung Chuyen exclaimed. What's impossible about this? Your heart-slaying sword is just a soul force attack. In terms of soul force, I, Ling Xiao, have never lost to anyone before. You wouldn't have forgotten the things that happened in the past, right? Ling Xiao said with a light smile. His relaxed expression made the faces of those guys who mocked Ling Xiao instantly turn black, like the bottom of a pot. Too humiliating. Originally, they thought that Ling Xiao was already defeated and dead. In the end, he did not even have a strand of hair injured. This was also too inconceivable, right? The disciplinary sacred city's Dharma apostle was stunned too. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Looks like he does have some ability. But even so, it's also impossible for him to be Lung Chuyen's match. Humph! So what even if you escaped the mystic arts attack? This move, how are you going to block it? Lung Chuyen gave a cold snort. In order to regain her face, she quickly urged her true essence and released a second attack. This time, she did not use the mystic art. Behind her, 18 streaks of sword light appeared, circling around a circle. Flying sword flurry kill. A delicate cry sounded. 18 streaks of sword light shot toward Ling Xiao at the same time. The speed was extremely fast, and the power was also tremendous, virtually arriving in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Chapter 40, 332. Swish! Everyone saw Ling Xiao's body being pierced. But the next moment, what surprised them was that what was pierced was actually merely an afterimage. The real Ling Xiao already reached another position. The flying sword pierced the arena, erupting with a horrifying rumble. It made many martial artists present reveal looks of horror. How can this kid dodge it? Clearly, even we can't dodge it. It's fine. He can dodge one sword, but can he dodge 18 swords? Jian Wan gritted his teeth and said, but unfortunately, he was slapped in the face very soon. The attack power of Lung Chuyen's 18 streaks of sword light was indeed terrifying. But actually not a single move could touch Ling Xiao. This was too bizarre. 18 streaks of sword light all hit the arena. One deep pit after another was formed on the arena. Yet, none of the attacks hit Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao avoided all of the attacks like taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Then, he looked at Lung Chuyen proudly. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Today, not only will I let you die, but I'll also let you die in despair. Let everyone understand what the outcome of provoking me, Ling Xiao, is. How can it be so easy to dodge? Lung Chuyen was flustered in the wind. This move, even martial artists with the same cultivation as her could not possibly dodge it too. In the end, they could only meet force with force. But Ling Xiao actually avoided all of them. What in the world happened? And that disciplined Sacred City's Dharma apprentice was dumbfounded too. Ling Xiao's movement technique and speed were even more terrifying than his. How was this possible? Perhaps he can really win? The Discipline Hall's head elder was also staring dumbfounded at this time, only saying a sentence after a long time. If Ling Xiao could win, he would naturally be happy. Who Ling Xiao represented now was Jiang Nan, and Jiang Nan represented fighting Seoul Sacred City. If he won, this was very important to the elevation of fighting Seoul Sacred City's status. No way, right? He only avoided 2 moves. That Lung Chuyen shouldn't have used her true strength yet. There were still people who felt that it was not too possible. Don't forget, Ling Xiao didn't use beast soul transformation either. Some of the old fellows also began to have confidence in Ling Xiao. Listening to such discussions, Ling Xiao remained calm and collected. He was who he was. He would not become arrogant because of other people's praise. He wouldn't be annoyed by other people's slander. However, Lung Chuyen was different. The current Lung Chuyen was clearly somewhat anxious. He was unable to kill Ling Xiao in 2 consecutive moves. Her title as the strongest warrior at the peak heavenly core realm didn't really live up to her name. Is dodging the only thing you can do? He was indeed a piece of trash. But even if you can dodge, I will still defeat you today. I want you to kneel in front of me, in front of those people from War Soul Sacred City, and then die a humble death. With a furious roar, Lung Chuyen released her martial spirit. It was Ling Xiao's first time seeing her martial soul. It was a huge and ferocious eye. It was filled with red blood vessels, and it stared at the enemy. If it was someone with a slightly weaker mentality, they would have lost their composure. Use your sword. If not, others will think I have an unfair advantage. Aren't you an expert in sword skills? Lung Chuyen shouted. Speaking of which, old woman, in order to reach your current strength, you seized someone else's body, slept with someone else. It wasn't easy for you to reach your current height. Logically speaking, I should be fighting you with all my strength. Too bad you don't have that right. Ling Xiao placed his hands behind his back and said softly. Although he said it casually, it was no different from throwing a bomb into the crowd. Seized someone else's body? Slept with someone else? Actually, the rise of Lung Chuyen was filled with mystery. What Ling Xiao said today was what many people were thinking. However, they didn't have the guts to say it out loud. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Right now, the way many people looked at Lung Chuyen had changed. It was no longer a look of worship. Instead, it was a look of lust. Now it was a look of greed. The first elder of the punishment hall had just drunk a mouthful of tea and was about to calm down. In the end, he was so shocked by Ling Xiao's words that he spat out the tea. *CK, this kid is fierce. Although I also want to say such harsh words, I can't say it out loud. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Right, The two of them knew each other before. Could it be that there was such a thing in the past? Thinking of this, the group of old fellows looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Such a sinister, cunning, and fierce beauty was actually slept with by you, and you're still unharmed? Lung Chuyen didn't know why things turned out like this. It was true that she had seized someone else's body, and she had indeed slept with the Holy Lord of Sword, Soul, Sacred City. But these were all secrets. How did Ling Xiao know? Right now, she was being looked at strangely by others. Even a thick-skinned woman like her couldn't hold it in any more. Her expression became very ugly. The flames of anger completely erupted. It was as if her entire person was about to burn. "Shut up, you shameless person. Can't beat me. So you insulted my innocence like this. Today, if I, Lung Chuyen, don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human." The mouth grew on other people's body. She had no way of stopping it. The only thing that she could do now was to finish off Ling Xiao as an example to others. Let those fellows who were gossiping understand that her matters could not be spoken carelessly. Otherwise, she would have to die. "Not only am I going to kill you, today, fighting Soul Sacred City won't leave anyone alive. This is the price of insulting me. Ouch, I'm so scared. Don't just talk and not practice. You can't even touch me. Still want to kill me?" Ling Xiao smiled very roguishly and said, "I advise you to calm down a little. Being too agitated won't be good for your performance. At that time, when you lose to me, you'll have to find excuses again." Lung Chuyen was very furious, but she also understood very well. In the beginning, apart from not releasing her martial soul, what she used was killing moves. In the end, she could not touch Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao was much more powerful than she imagined. That was why she had no choice but to release her martial soul. She did not believe that after releasing her martial soul, Ling Xiao would still be her match. Ling Xiao was still standing there. He was not nervous at all. A perfect heavenly core warrior was not even worth mentioning in front of him. He had experienced so many things in the heavenly demon ghost region, although the heavenly demon blooming Sirius had long lost its power. But with the experience of a powerful warrior, he had the experience of a powerful warrior. Plus, his martial skills were much better than Lung Chuyen's. The reason why he wanted her to fight was because he wanted to humiliate her. He wanted Lung Chuyen to use all her skills, but she still couldn't kill him. Then he would kill her. This way, the deterrence would be even stronger. Storm of flying swords. Compared to the flying swords before, this time, the storm of flying swords was even more terrifying. The entire arena was wrapped up. The storm of flying swords was dozens of meters tall. Even if one wanted to fly high into the sky to dodge, it was too late. The dust and rocks that filled the air blocked everyone's vision. Everyone could only feel the powerful storm of flying swords raging on the arena. As for what happened to Ling Xiao, where was Ling Xiao? None of them knew. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 333. Even at this time, because of the powerful aura of the flying sword storm, they could not even sense Ling Xiao's aura. The only thing that could prove that Ling Xiao was not dead was probably that Lung Chuyen had not stopped this terrifying attack. Furthermore, this was not quite the same as what was agreed upon. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao was seriously injured after the battle with the Koi King? Why did he actually force Miss Lung to use such a terrifying move today? F*CK. Could it be that Ling Xiao, the guy, deliberately released fake news? Actually, he was not injured. In the crowd, there were two people who were old acquaintances. They were precisely the Punishment Hall's second elder and third elder. These two people left fighting Soul Sacred City and sought refuge in White Thunder's Sacred City, which was also Ho Sai Lei's place. They both became the city lord there. Today, they followed together because they wanted to see how that stubborn big brother of theirs was done for. Although they were not biological big brothers, Their relationship was so good in the past, but now he was so cold. The human heart was really unpredictable. What happened just now made second elder and third elder quite pleased with themselves. But at this moment, they were somewhat nervous. Ling Xiao, this guy, was extremely cunning. Who could guarantee that he did not deliberately pretend to be unable to do so before, and then wait for the big fish to take the bait today? If it was really so, it would be terrible. What are you two afraid of? It's only been a little over a month. You guys are thinking too highly of him. When he left, he was just early-stage Earth Core Realm cultivation. Being able to cultivate to Great Circle Earth Core Realm when he came back is already a miracle. You guys think that he can still suppress Miss Lung? Ho Sai Lei said huffily, if I knew that you two were such cowards, I wouldn't have let you two join White Thunder's sacred city. Their side was in full swing with their discussion, but Lung Chuyen's expression in the middle of the battle became more and more unsightly. There was no way around it. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. She could clearly feel that her attack had already been released, and it had also attacked Ling Xiao. But this was the most terrifying part. All the attacks hit and actually did not cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. This was simply a nightmare. No, it can't be. How can he be like this? It definitely can't be. At this time, Lung Chuyen had already completely lost her cool. As she screamed, all of the flying swords merged into one and shot toward Ling Xiao. She did not believe that such an attack could not kill Ling Xiao. However, by doing so, the attack became stronger, but there was no range. However, Ling Xiao was able to avoid it easily. She felt a fiery breath beside her ear. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already appeared beside her. No one knew. Isn't this feeling of despair very interesting? A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. Lung Chuyen could not help but shudder. At such a close distance, she actually didn't notice Ling Xiao's existence. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, she would not react at all. But, strangely, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. It only patted her head gently before disappearing. Die, die, die. Although the frenzied Lung Chuyen did not know why Ling Xiao did not kill her. But since she did not die, she had to retaliate and attack. The originally pretty face became incomparably hideous. A frenzied sword intent was released from her body. That enormous blood-red eye behind her shot out rays of resplendent light, turning the entire arena into an execution ground. Anyone who touched those red lights would be annihilated immediately. That kind of high temperature, even alchemy realm martial artists had to fear. Possessing someone else's body and only having this bit of strength, you might as well go and die. Ling Xiao's voice sounded beside Lung Chuyen's ears, once more like a ghost. Even if the red light enveloped the entire arena, it was unable to hit that man too. That man was akin to a ghost, making people unable to grasp him. Ling Xiao was actually under a lot of pressure right now too. Under the situation where he did not transform, facing this lunatic-like Lung Chuyen, as long as he was hit by the red light, he would probably be severely injured. But he wanted to completely destroy this woman's will. He would not transform easily. He believed in his strength, believed in his speed, believed that even under this sort of situation, he could also easily take care of Lung Chuyen. The people below were long already dumbfounded. The battle progressing until now, they already understood Ling Xiao's terror. Lung Chuyen's strength had once defeated Monkey Sai Lei and Gu Cheng, these two holy lords. In the end, she could not even touch Ling Xiao now. How terrifying this sort of thing was, probably only they understood in their hearts. This was simply a nightmare. Is your trump card only limited to this? Ling Xiao's voice sounded out once more, but this time it was facing everyone. Everyone heard it very clearly. What did Ling Xiao mean by this? Could it be that he really had the ability to defeat Lung Chuyen? Even until now, People only felt that Ling Zhao's speed was sufficiently fast. Wanting to kill him was very hard. But for him to want to defeat Ling Qiuyan, it was also something impossible. Hence, hearing Ling Zhao's words, that was why they would be somewhat perplexed. That bunch of old fellows already prostrated on all fours in admiration towards Ling Xiao at this time. No wonder Jiang Nan was willing to listen to him. With his strength, us old bones added up are absolutely not a match. That's right. No wonder when those people from Fighting Soul Sacred City left, he did not stop them. If they were just trash, they would have left. The punishment hall's first elder looked at second elder and third elder and said with a big laugh, "See that? I said before, Fighting Soul Sacred City won't fall. But you guys just didn't believe. Even not hesitating to cut off our many years of friendship and betray Fighting Soul Sacred City. What this old man despises the most in my life is people who choose to run away when their sect is in danger. If the sect is fine, you leave, then I'll respect your choice. But when the sect is in danger, you guys leave. That's the act of a traitor, despised by people. Old thing, you talk less. Ling Xiao, he can't beat Miss Lung at all." Monkey Sai Lei roared, "And even if he wins, so what? The people here are enough to destroy your Fighting Soul Sacred City 100 times over." "Is that so?" Haim Miankeo suddenly stood up. She looked at Monkey Sai Lei with an indifferent expression and said, "To be honest, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Since the moment you stepped into Fighting Soul Sacred City, you've been humiliating us. You're courting death. The reason why I didn't kill you is because the boss didn't give the order. If not, you would have become a dead body by now. Ha, you're just a trash at the third divine core realm. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" Monkey Sai Lei was laughing so hard that tears almost came out from his eyes. All the other men were laughing as well. "City Lord Clearski, let me kill him." Jiang Nan furrowed her brows and said she didn't want anything to happen to these geniuses brought here by Ling Xiao. Although these geniuses weren't strong, they all had great potential. As long as they were properly trained, they would definitely be able to become outstanding. At that time, Fighting Soul Sacred City would become even stronger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Let's all read it on mobile. Chapter 40, 334. Saint Lord Jiangnan, you're worried that I won't be able to defeat you. You don't have to worry about that. Haim Miankeo smiled. Then she suddenly walked towards Ho Sai Lei. Ho Sai Lei looked at Haim Miankeo with disdain, and his eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, the law disciple from Discipline, Sacred City, shook his head. Were all the people from Fighting Soul Sacred City idiots? Although he was surprised by Lung Qiuyan's challenge, the result of the battle had yet to be determined, and he couldn't tell who the winner was. The other girl, who looked like a third divine core warrior, kept saying that she wanted to kill the Saint Lord of White Lightning Sacred City. Was this even possible? "Little girl, if you can touch even a single hair of mine, I'll kneel down and call you Mom." Ho Sai Lei sneered. "I don't have such an unfilial son like you." Haim Miankeo smiled. Suddenly, a frightening aura shot out from her shadow. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. Ho Sai Lei was lying in a pool of blood. His inner core was completely shattered. He was only left with the ability to breathe. No. How could this be? How could this be? "I'm the Saint Lord. I don't want to die." After saying that, Ho Sai Lei breathed his last breath. The mighty Saint Chief of White Lightning Sacred City was killed by a little girl at the third divine core realm. This gave everyone a fright. Jiang Nan was dumbfounded as well. What they saw just now was a black shadow flying out from Haim Miankeo's shadow. After that, it flew back. After that, Ho Sai Lei died. The entire process happened too fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. The entire scene was dead silent, and everyone had forgotten that there were still two men fighting on the arena. Everyone stared at Haim Miankeo in horror. He thought to himself, so this woman who looks very weak is the trump card of fighting Seoul's sacred city. But why does her face look so unfamiliar? You really did kill him. Do you know the consequences of killing a Saint Lord in the 3,000 sacred city? Gu Cheng stared at Haim, Myung-ko in horror. He finally reacted and said in a trembling voice, I know the rules of the 3,000 holy cities better than you. Barging into another holy city without permission was tantamount to starting a war. If one died, the commandment holy city would have nothing to say. Moreover, this person has humiliated our holy lord and boss many times. If he didn't kill him, was he supposed to wait for him to continue his rampage? Moreover, he was the one who asked me to kill him. You all heard it. Isn't that right, Lord Legatee? Haim Myung-ko smiled at the Dharma apostle of the sacred city of discipline. The Dharma apprentice was scared out of his wits. Although his battle prowess was slightly stronger than Hosai Lei, but this woman could kill Hosai Lei in an instant. He would definitely be able to kill him instantly. He didn't dare to speak carelessly. That arrogance from before had long vanished without a trace. If I knew this would happen, I would have sent the disciplinary knights. Disciplinary master, you've really underestimated War Soul's sacred city. Dharma apprentice smiled bitterly and shook his head. He looked at Haim Myung-ko and said, Monkey Sai lay trespassed into War Soul's sacred city and spoke rudely. He deserves to die. What else could he say? In order to survive, this was the only way. At this time, on the stage, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked at Lung Chuyen with a smile and said, I originally wanted to continue playing with you, but since Ming Kong has already flipped out, there's no need for me to continue tormenting you. Are you ready to die? Lung Chuyen's expression didn't look good. Hosai Lei's death was really a blow to her, not because they had a good relationship, but because Hosai Lei's cultivation was on par with hers. Even Hosai Lei was killed so easily. Then she wouldn't have any advantage against Haim Myung-ko. Do you think you're as strong as that woman? You're far inferior to her. Lung Chuyen was trying to gain confidence for herself. Is that so? Ming Kong, this woman said you're much stronger than me. Is that true? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That can only mean that she's stupid. My strength was given to me by you. Haim Myung-ko said lightly. Did you hear that? Idiot. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. This move will end the battle. You'd better use everything you can. This way, you won't regret it after you die. Ling Xiao looked at Lung Chuyen and said indifferently, I don't believe a single word of what you said. It's nothing more than wanting to make me fearful, to make me lose my calm and confidence. If you have the ability, you can come and try. Lung Chuyen definitely didn't believe it. If she believed it, then wouldn't she become a complete joke? It was like a little ant challenging a powerful human. After fighting for half a day and not dying, she thought she was strong enough. Little did she know that the other party was just playing. How could she accept this? But Ling Xiao didn't care whether she accepted it or not. A powerful aura was suddenly released from his body. Then his right hand began to condense vital essence. In the sky, thick clouds covered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, as if some terrifying monster was about to appear from the sky. That's a hand. A big hand that covers the sky. What a terrifying pressure! Below, everyone was incomparably shocked, including Haim Myung-ko and the rest. They also had not met with Ling Xiao for a very long time. As for how strong Ling Xiao was exactly, to be honest, they did not know either. Today, truly witnessing this horrifying aura of Ling Xiao, they all gradually understood that Ling Xiao, this fellow, already grew to a very terrifying extent. Oh, Zilong, Ling Xiao, he threw us further and further away. Chinya said with a bitter smile, Yeah, this big brother of mine is really too impressive. We have to continue working hard too. Otherwise, will be left behind sooner or later. We can't even help him even if we want to. Zilong gritted his teeth. Even if it was chasing after Ling Xiao's shadow, he also hoped that he could continue working hard. No matter what, he had to be able to help Ling Xiao. Those old fellows, including the punishment hall's head elder, were completely dumbfounded at this time. They could not even speak. Was this Ling Xiao's true strength? Too terrifying. This horrifying aura was simply like a celestial deity descending. Lang Qian was just like a pitiful baby in front of Ling Xiao, completely without any leeway to resist. Above the ring, Lang Qian revealed an incomparably horrified look. At this moment, she finally understood that Ling Xiao's words previously were not joking. Ling Xiao said that he could kill her in one move. It was actually true. How did this guy become so strong? In order to become strong, she did not hesitate to seize other people's bodies and did not hesitate to sell her own body. Why? She was unwilling to accept it. But so what if she was unwilling? Facing such powerful strength, she basically could not do anything. That terrifying pressure made her body completely unable to move. It was as if he was being restrained, trembling with fear. I'll really die. At this moment, Lang Qian seemed to understand why Ling Xiao did not stop her from entering Fighting Soul's sacred city. This was simply borrowing her fame to all of the surrounding cities. As long as she was killed, those nearby cities with comparable strength, no one would dare to challenge Fighting Soul's sacred city anymore. The sorrowful her was merely a stepping stone for this young man to ascend to the heavens. Genius 1, second, remember this site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 335. What was laughable was that Lang Qian even thought that she finally found the chance to take revenge. In reality, she took the initiative to deliver herself to the doorstep to be used as a stepping stone for others. Truly despicable enough. No, I'm Lang Qian. I can't die like this. Lang Qian shook her head. She did not want to die. She really did not want to die. Ling Xiao, I'm willing to be your slave. Please let me off. From today onwards, I'll be loyal to you. I only beg you to let me off. That sense of powerlessness and fear made Lang Qian abandon her dignity. She finally managed to obtain a chance to live again. She did not want to die now. This scene made those people who followed Lang Qian completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? That proud woman, that insufferably arrogant woman, actually knelt down for Ling Xiao, and even begging for mercy? Although this attack of Ling Xiao's was very terrifying, there was also no need to be like this, right? They naturally did not know how terrifying the pressure Lang Qian, who was in the middle of the attack, felt. Lang Qian felt like she was enemies with the entire mystic world, enemies with the entire universe. The vast and boundless universe's desolate desolation was pressing down on her body. This was completely different from the feeling of onlookers. Lang Qian, you coward! Jian Wan shouted. It was a pity that Lang Qian did not care at all. She only wanted to live. Once a person died, everything would be gone. Stand up. Don't make me look down on you. At this final moment, use your most powerful attack to resist. Perhaps you can still have a glimmer of life. Ling Xiao looked at Lang Qian coldly. Such an opponent, seriously, could not arouse any interest in him. He needed an opponent to resist. Lang Qian gritted her teeth. Looks like begging for mercy was not going to work. Then she could only fight to the death. Sword soul true explanation. Sword cage. Lang Qian gave a delicate cry. The long sword in her hand danced. The entire arena's space suddenly distorted. One streak of sword energy after another was released from the long sword in her hand. It formed an enormous cage above the arena. Such a frenzied action urged virtually all of the true essence in her body. This was an explosive attack for the sake of survival. She would not allow herself to be careless. The cage formed by the sword qi wrapped around her tightly. This was not an attack, but a defense. According to Ling Xiao's words, as long as she could survive Ling Xiao's attack, she would be fine. Therefore, she had to do her best to strengthen her defense. Violent true essence spilled out of the arena. Jian Wan shut his mouth. Compared to Lung Chuyan, he was a pitiful reptile. He did not have the qualifications to mock Lung Chuyan. That's more like it. Ling Xiao hovered in midair, looking down coldly at the huge sword cage below. They were densely packed, completely enveloping Lung Chuyan. Rather than calling it a cage, it would be better to call it a giant eggshell. This was because the sword qi was so dense that no wind could pass through. In fact, Ling Xiao could have waited for his opponent's true essence to run out before making his move. But that would be meaningless. He wanted to completely destroy Lung Chuyan's confidence. He wanted everyone to see that even though Lung Chuyan had used her most powerful attack, it was still not enough. It was meaningless in front of him. Heaven covering great palm imprint. A large hand reached out from the thick black clouds. It was wrapped in black lightning. The entire sky suddenly became dark. Countless people could not help swallowing their saliva. Such a spectacular scene. They had not seen it for a long time already. Too shocking. The huge palm slowly descended, as if the sky was falling down. At this time, even those people around also felt that terrifying pressure. They actually could not control their bodies and knelt on the ground. They looked at Ling Xiao in horror. What on earth happened during this period of time when this young man left? How can his body possess such terrifying power? Bang! The heaven-covering great palm imprint finally descended. It directly shattered that dense sword qi. The moment the sword qi came into contact with the heaven-covering palm, it felt as if they were thin pieces of wood, completely unable to withstand the terrifying power. No, I don't want to die. Lung Chuyan knew that she was finished. Looking up at the sky, the black great palm imprint was getting closer and closer. She wanted to escape, but her body could not move. That pressure was too terrifying, so terrifying that she did not have any chance to resist. Seeing this scene, the old fellows of Fighting Soul Sacred City shed tears. Their persistence had paid off. They originally thought that this time Fighting Soul Sacred City would no longer have a chance to rise again. But the truth shocked them. They originally thought that this time Fighting Soul Sacred City would be destroyed in the smoke and dust of history. But now they were alive and well. And Lung Chuyan, who humiliated Fighting Soul Sacred City, basically had no way to live. Rumble. The terrifying palm wind finally landed. It smashed the entire arena. Lung Chuyan's life aura also disappeared. Being smashed by this palm, her entire body was turned into meat paste. Not to mention the inner core. Even her soul could not escape. That proud woman, that insufferably arrogant woman, she actually fell to such an end. The only thing she did wrong was probably offending Ling Xiao. Not only did Di Tuatian's death not weaken Fighting Soul Sacred City, instead it became stronger. The original second elder and third elder who were kneeling there were filled with regret. If they knew that Ling Xiao was so powerful, how could they escape from Fighting Soul Sacred City? But there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were all too clear about Ling Xiao's character. Since they left Fighting Soul Sacred City, it was absolutely impossible to return. Jiang Nan's eyes were also filled with tears. In the past, she was bullied by others and even forced to send a sacred lord. She could not do anything at all, although the resentment in her heart was very great. But she could only endure. Resulting in discord in Fighting Soul Sacred City, many people left. Today, Ling Xiao killed Lung Chuyan and revived Fighting Soul Sacred City's glory. Believed that not long later, there would be more and more outstanding people joining. Fighting Soul Sacred City was really going to fly, not just return to the previous position. Instead, he wanted to be taller and better. even becoming a terrifying existence that ruled over the 3,000 sacred cities. Was Sword Soul Sacred City very strong? In front of Ling Xiao, it was merely SOSO. Ling Xiao, you actually killed our Sword Soul Sacred City's sacred Lord Successor. You're finished. Jianwan looked at Ling Xiao. He really did not expect that Ling Xiao dared to be ruthless. According to his thoughts, Ling Xiao defeating Lung Chuyan was just that. He actually really dared to kill. Was this guy not afraid of Sword Soul Sacred City's revenge? Let's go. Lung Chuyan was already dead. The people of Sword Soul Sacred City definitely could not stay here any longer, so they could only leave. Leave? Did I say that you guys can leave? Ling Xiao looked at Jianwan and the rest, revealing a hint of a contemptuous cold smile. What kind of place do you take Fighting Soul Sacred City to be? You come as you wish and leave as you wish? Hearing this, the faces of the group of Sword Soul Sacred City's martial artists changed drastically. This Ling Xiao was also too ruthless, right? Killing Lung Chuyan and still not satisfied? Could it be that he still wanted to kill them all? Genius 1, second, remember this site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 336. What do you want to do? Jianwan looked at Ling Xiao with vigilance. With Lung Chuyan's death, he was the strongest among the Sword Soul Saint City warriors present, so he naturally had to take the lead. Don't you understand what I want to do? Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Barging into Fighting Soul Sacred City and injuring the seniors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Hee. What is written in the 3,000 Saint Cities rules? You should know better than me, right? Ling Xiao, I think we should forget about this matter. Lung Chuyan is already dead, and they have also learned their lesson. It's better not to kill these people. The Sword Soul Saint Cities, Saint Lord has many good friends. If we offend him, I'm afraid Fighting Soul Saint City will be in trouble. The Punishment Palace's elder hurriedly advised. This old man was more or less cautious, but it was normal. The old man had been the Punishment Palace's elder for dozens of years and had always stayed in Fighting Soul Saint City. And Fighting Soul Saint City was only ranked in the upper middle among the 3,000 Saint Cities. He knew that there were many people he could not afford to offend, so he developed this habit. Ling Xiao could understand, but now he was the one in charge of Fighting Soul Saint City. Great Elder, you still don't understand. Even in the 3,000 Saint Cities, people only bully the weak and fear the strong. Our Fighting Soul Saint City has declined. None of our so-called friends have spoken, and they all want to cut ties. So, if Sword Soul Saint City has also reached that level, others will only add insult to injury, and they won't help him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, All right, let's not talk about this. I'll give you a mission. Kill everyone from Sword Soul Saint City here. Although he was smiling, he gave a very terrifying order. There were a total of 300 people. Half of them were Sword Soul Saint City warriors, and they were all Earth Core and Heavenly Core warriors. This group of old men might not be able to defeat them. Don't worry, with me here, they are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ling Xiao chuckled. The Punishment Palace's great elder understood that Ling Xiao wanted to give them a final test. If they did not pass the test, then even if they stayed in Fighting Soul Saint City in the future, they could only give up their authority. If they passed the test, they would naturally be put in an important position. There was no problem with this point. From today onwards, Fighting Soul Saint City's goal had changed. It was no longer survival, but to take the initiative to attack, to become the strongest existence among the 3,000 Saint Cities. Since he had already boarded Ling Xiao's pirate ship, what was there to be afraid of? Let's do it. The Punishment Palace's great elder stood. Determination and hatred look in his eyes. The others followed. If not for Ling Xiao, Fighting Soul Sacred City would have been destroyed, and they all At this time there was what was there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their reactions. Only in this way could he truly accept these old people. Otherwise, he would really have to reconsider. Wang Hao, you should join in as well. Ling Xiao looked at Wang Haodao. Although Ling Xiao did not have any position in fighting Soul Saint City, but Wang Hao knew that Ling Xiao was the most important. Even Jiang Nan had to listen to Ling Xiao. There was no problem with this, yes. Brothers, fighting Soul Saint City wants to kill us. What should we do? Jian Wan gritted his teeth and roared. Never give in. Everyone shouted. Okay, then let them pay with their blood. Jian Wan also made up his mind. Since they could not escape death, they would kill a few more to recoup their losses. Heavenly Demon Eye, Illusion Demon. Ling Xiao suddenly released the Heavenly Demon Eye. At that moment, Sword Soul Saint City's martial artists, including Jianluan, stood there like a fool, facing the attack of the Punishment Palace's Great Elder and Wang Hao. There was no reaction, even if it was only for a moment. But by the time they recovered, they were already half dead. This killing was very simple. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder, Wang Hao, and the others did not expect it to be so easy. Boss, Sacred Lord, the Sword Soul Saint City's martial artists have been eliminated. The Punishment Palace's Great Elder also followed Haim Myung Ko and called Ling Xiao boss. He felt that this might be the intention of the behind-the-scenes boss. Although he did not have a position, he controlled everything behind the scenes. Such a person was the most terrifying. Ling Xiao nodded, very satisfied with these people's actions. Go back and rest. You just have to watch what happens next. Ling Xiao's arrogance was based on a foundation. Ancestor Scarlet Flame, Green Lotus Swordswoman, and Zhao Fengyan were all his backers. Of course, this was not the most powerful. The most powerful was the giant Devil King in his mountain river world, the existence of the divine body realm. It was enough to make him look down on everyone in the 3,000 sacred cities. Arrogant, but not irrational, this was his essence. From the heavenly dragon continent to here, he had always been like this. If he still had to pretend to be weak when he had the strength, then his life would be too sullen. Not only did he want to step into the Golden City and become a true genius, he also wanted to bring the 3,000 sacred cities under his rule. He wanted to subtly influence the forces of the Heavenly Empire. After he controlled the 3,000 sacred cities, the next step would be the Golden City. He had never thought of being anyone's disciple or right-hand man. There was only one path in front of him for the Golden Emperor. Either submit or die. There was no other choice. As the saying goes, a general success is built on thousands of bones. Moreover, he wanted to become the strongest emperor in the history of the mystic world, an existence that surpassed the human king. If he couldn't be more ruthless, he wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, it was still too early to say that. First, he had to work hard to get first place in the 3,000 sacred cities ranking battle in 10 days. Only then would he be able to smoothly enter the Golden City to cultivate. If the Golden Heavenly Region was compared to a sect, then the 4 great countries would be the outer sect, the 3,000 sacred cities would be the inner sect, and the Golden City would be the core. The people of Sword Soul Saint City had been killed. At this time, there were more than 100 martial artists from different sacred cities left here. They were a little frightened and uneasy. Ling Xiao was such a terrifying guy. If he really went crazy, he wouldn't give face to anyone. Lord Dharma Apostle, you can't sit back and do nothing. Ling Xiao is crazy. He's simply a murderous demon. Gu Chan looked at Dharma Apostle and said loudly. Dharma Apostle's face didn't look too good. F***CK, what should I do? This kid's strength is so strong that even I'm no match for him. What do you want me to do? Dharma Apostle was also very depressed. He didn't want to offend a lunatic like Ling Xiao. If he really offended him, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave alive. Ling Xiao also looked at Dharma Apostle indifferently. He also wanted to know what kind of performance this Dharma Apostle would have. Dharma Apostle was very uncomfortable under Ling Xiao's gaze. He was even a little scared. This Ling Xiao was too scary. He actually made him feel like he was facing the Law Lord. This was too strange. Dharma Apostle stood up. He cupped his hands at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero Ling, why don't you be the sacred lord yourself? With your strength, there's no problem in being the sacred lord." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Sacred lord? The level is too low. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website." Chapter 4337. Too low level. Dharma Apprentice smiled bitterly. So that was the case. He didn't put the position of Sacred Lord in his eyes at all. In that case, congratulations to Sacred Lord Jiangnan. You will officially become the Sacred Lord of Fighting Soul Sacred City. This news will also be conveyed to the other sacred cities at the same time. Dharma Apprentice was very cooperative. Nonsense, he would be killed if he didn't cooperate. "Thank you, Sir Dharma Apprentice. How about this? When I'm done with the matters here, I'll invite you for a drink." Since Dharma Apprentice was obedient, Ling Xiao wouldn't disrespect him. He wasn't such an unreasonable person. "Young hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I'm really busy with work. I have to announce the news of Jiang and becoming a sacred lord as soon as possible. I believe you're looking forward to it too, right?" Dharma Apprentice said with a smile, "Not giving face." Ling Xiao sneered. No, stay, just stay." Dharma Apprentice wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Damn, this Ling Xiao was young, but his aura was amazing. "That's right. Wang Hao, go prepare the wine and dishes. We must have a few drinks with Sir Dharma Apprentice later." Ling Xiao had to let Dharma Apprentice see how he dealt with the remaining 150 people. He wanted Dharma Apprentice to report this matter to Commandment Sacred City. Otherwise, Commandment Sacred City would look down on Fighting Soul Sacred City in the next ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. They wouldn't arrange a seat for them. At that time, it wouldn't be good to fall out with them. After Dharma Apprentice sat down, Wang Hao went to prepare the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao looked at the remaining people. "What are you going to do?" He was all smiles, like a benevolent Empress Dowager. However, after experiencing what happened just now, those people understood that this kid was a smiling tiger, a knife hidden in a smile. "Ling Xiao, you have already offended Sword Soul Sacred City. Are you going to offend us too? There are 30 sacred lords here. You can't afford to offend them." Gu Cheng saw Dharma Apprentice's expression and knew that he couldn't count on that coward. But they had 30 sacred lords and more than 100 city lords on their side. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. "So, everyone is planning to become enemies with our Fighting Soul Sacred City?" Ling Xiao sneered. "I don't dare." Gu Cheng hurriedly said, "Leave some leeway when doing things so that we can get along well in the future. We have already witnessed your strength. In the future, it would be impossible for them to become enemies with Fighting Soul Sacred City. Wouldn't it be better for us to bury the hatchet? That's what you all think too?" Ling Xiao looked at the others and said, "These people seem to follow Gu Cheng's lead." Gu Cheng expressed this meaning, and they all nodded in agreement. The first elder and Jiang were very satisfied with this result. Offending one sword spirit sacred city was not scary, but offending dozens of sacred cities would be troublesome. Naturally, it would be best if things could end like this. However, they still underestimated Ling Xiao's determination. Was it going to end like this? Was that even possible? Ling Xiao was almost 100% sure that once Sword Soul Sacred City and Fighting Soul Sacred City started a war, these people would still stand on the side of Sword Soul Sacred City. Since that was the case, he might as well solve the problem now. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao laughed. Hearing this, Gu Qing frowned and said, Then what do you want to do? Are you going to kill us as well? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Hee, I'm not bragging. It's easy for me to kill you all. But if you are willing to surrender to my fighting soul sacred city, I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao chuckled. Surrender? Ling Xiao, don't be wishful thinking. Even Sword Soul Sacred City doesn't dare to talk to us like this, and you want us to surrender? Gu Qing said disdainfully, If you don't surrender, die. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold and sinister. Everyone was taken aback by his sudden outburst. The Dharma apprentice was even more terrified. This kid was too ruthless. Such a ruthless person would definitely become a great person in the future. He must not offend this person. Later on, he had to show his loyalty. He believed that Ling Xiao needed him, a Dharma apprentice, to act as a spy in Commandment Sacred City. Ha! Die! You think too highly of yourself. Gu Qing said disdainfully. You don't believe me? Then you can try. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brothers, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Ling Xiao only killed Ling Qiuyan, and he's so arrogant. He even wants us to surrender. Listen to me. Let's work together to kill him. Gu Qing called out to everyone. Kill. His rallying power was not small. At least half of them were willing to follow him. I'm willing to surrender to young hero Ling. Suddenly, a sacred lord compromised. Thinking about it, whether it was Ling Xiao or Haim Myung-keo, they all displayed terrifying combat strength. If he could follow Ling Xiao, it would definitely be a good thing for him and his sacred city. I'm also willing to surrender. Another person said, Out of the 30 sacred lords, a total of 10 were willing to surrender. It seemed that these people had good eyesight. Very good, but I'm doubtful of your loyalty. So, you must all eat the soul-absorbing pills I'm giving you. Ling Xiao took out a total of 50 soul-absorbing pills for the 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords. Don't worry, the soul-absorbing pills won't harm you at all. On the contrary, it can increase your cultivation speed. But if you want to betray me, the soul-absorbing pills will kill you. The soul-absorbing pill will take your life and turn you into pathetic puppets. It's fine if you're loyal. This is too much. Out of the 10 sacred lords who were willing to surrender, started to retreat. Ling Xiao didn't care. What he wanted were obedient subordinates. These people couldn't gain his trust for the time being. Of course, he would use this method to temporarily control them. Whether you want to eat or not is up to you. Ling Xiao didn't force them. I'll eat. 6 of the sacred lords took the lead and ate. The city lords they brought also ate. Very good. Arrange seats for them. I still have things to discuss with them later. I'll eat too. The 7th sacred lord compromised. Next was the 8th. The 9th. Out of the sacred lords who were willing to surrender, the 10th sacred lord saw that everyone else had eaten and thought that he might as well eat too. Anyway, it didn't seem like anything would happen to those few who ate it. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and endured. Thus, a total of 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords ate the soul-absorbing pills. The remaining 100 sacred lords and city lords didn't even have the thought of surrendering, let alone eating the soul-absorbing pills. Gu Qing was one of them. All right, let's kill them. No one knew who Ling Xiao was talking to, but he spoke so casually that it was as if he was saying something that couldn't be any more ordinary. Before Gu Qing and the others could react, a black shadow had already rushed into the crowd. The 100 people were all killed in an instant. The aura that the black shadow released in an instant made everyone present tremble with fear. If one wanted others to surrender, other than emotions, one must have dignity. Ling Xiao had the giant Devil King kill those 100 people for this reason. End of chapter. Chapter 40. 338. Those 100 men, including the Saint Lords and City Lords, died on the spot without any chance to regret. The 50 men who had joined Ling Xiao were so scared that they started trembling. They were secretly glad that they had made the right choice. Among the dead men, there were the second and third elders from the disciplinary palace. Ling Xiao would never allow traitors to return, not even if they turned over a new leaf. Betrayal was something he hated the most. Even if it was just once, he would never forgive it. All right, don't be afraid. Let's go and have a good meal. Ling Xiao looked at the 50 men who had joined him and said with a smile, "Plop." Including the law apprentice, all 51 men kneeled down. "We will serve the boss until death do us part." All right, get up. I'm not that scary. Ling Xiao smiled and helped the law apprentice up. Since Master Law Apprentice is willing to help Ling Xiao, that's great. Let's go, we'll talk at the banquet. This banquet could be considered to be quite a joyous meal. Before the law apprentice left, he told Ling Xiao his name. His name was Zhang Huan. It wasn't a dazzling name, but as a law apprentice of the disciplinary palace and a peak heavenly core warrior, in many places, that was something that could be said. The 10 sacred lords and 40 city lords also left after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Their alliance wouldn't be announced to the public for now. They would just secretly serve Ling Xiao as their leader. They would respectfully address Ling Xiao as their boss, or the Great Saint Lord. Just like that, Ling Xiao became the Great Saint Lord of 11 saint cities. Of course, aside from the Fighting Soul Sacred City, the other 10 saint cities still needed time to reorganize. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about that. He believed that the 10 saint lords would do a good job. In the future, there would be a large number of Heavenly Empire's residents coming here to cultivate. Step by step, everyone was climbing towards the peak. 11 saint cities, naturally, they could accommodate more people than one saint city. After they left, Ling Xiao gathered all the people from Fighting Soul Sacred City who had participated in the battle. Everyone, as you can see, the population of War Soul Sacred City has withered. But I've already brought in talents from outside. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City would prosper again. You don't have to worry about your status. I, Ling Xiao, only set 2 rules. The most important one is loyalty. Secondly, strength. If you're loyal enough to me and your strength can be ranked at the top, then you'll have a chance to climb up. As for resources, you don't have to worry. Since you've decided to stay, trust me, Ling Xiao. In that case, you will be no different from the people I recruited. Even the worst of you will get the resources and training you deserve. Of course, the higher one's strength and the higher one's ranking, the more resources one would receive. But I will not allow such things as internal strife. If I find out, I will immediately scram from War Soul Sacred City. There will be no second chance. Did you hear that? I heard it. In fact, the people who stayed here were most worried that Ling Xiao would treat the newcomers differently after recruiting them. Ling Xiao's words were like a reassurance to them. Very good. Don't worry and go cultivate boldly. If you feel wronged outside, you can tell any of the city lords directly. They will support you. If they can't, Holy Lord Jiang Nan will help you. If even Holy Lord Jiang Nan can't do it, I will do it myself. We are Fighting Soul Sacred City. When you do things, you must act like a warrior. Don't be afraid of offending people. As long as your request is reasonable, as long as it's not outrageous, as long as you don't take the initiative to bully others, you can do it. You can do it. Stick out your chest and raise your head. Don't lower your noble heads. Yes. Ling Xiao's words made the old fellow's blood boil with excitement. For so many years, they had been cautious and timid, not daring to offend anyone, but they were still bullied. Sometimes they wondered if they had done something wrong, but they didn't have the strength to change. Now, Ling Xiao had made up their minds for them. Why would they be afraid? Today, I will say it here. In the entire 3,000 sacred cities, even commandment, sacred city, can't bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. He enjoyed the feeling of being treated as the backbone of the team and the boss of the team. No wonder so many people would fight to the death for power. General Zhao is back. After 3 days, Zhao Fengyan finally rushed back and brought back 100,000 people. These 100,000 people were also carefully selected. They gathered the top geniuses and capable people from Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, White Tiger Continent, and Black Tortoise Continent. After all, the current population of the Heavenly Empire had exceeded 10 billion. It was easy to select 100,000 geniuses. This day was the day of calamity for Fighting Soul Sacred City. This day was also the birthday of Fighting Soul Sacred City. Quietly, an organization known as the Battle Alliance was born. It temporarily governed 11 sacred cities. Although these 11 holy cities were currently ranked around 1,500, the holy cities were all ranked around 1,500. But the future was definitely promising. Fighting Soul Sacred City was the headquarters of Fighting Soul Alliance. In the future, if there were outstanding martial artists in the other 10 sacred cities, they could also come to Fighting Soul Sacred City to receive training. It was just like how martial artists like them dreamed of going to the Golden City. Setting the rules was actually very simple. Such rules were already very perfect in the Golden, Heavenly Domain. It only needed to be changed slightly. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about the various rankings. Every sacred city had its own way of selecting geniuses, as long as it was strictly followed. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about these things. Why did he have to get Jiang Nan to the position of Sacred Lord? Wasn't it just to be a hands-off shopkeeper? Jiang Nan was very knowledgeable about this matter. When everything in Fighting Soul Alliance began to operate in an orderly manner, Zhao Fengyan left again. Naturally, it was to find geniuses for Fighting Soul Alliance. Not only did they have to choose from the Heavenly Empire, this huge golden, heavenly domain was also the cradle of talents. They couldn't miss it. While everything was operating in an orderly manner, Ling Xiao also continued his cultivation. After all, there was still the ranking battle of the 3,000 sacred cities. He didn't plan to use the great Devil King in this battle. That was a deterrent power. Once it was used, it meant that either he planned to deter the enemy or there was no other way. He still had to continue to improve his strength. But how could he improve his strength? It seemed that no one had come to cause trouble recently. His cultivation was different from others. He needed to constantly fight. Was there any place in the 3,000 sacred cities where he could fight? He planned to ask Jiang Nan. He believed that Jiang Nan was the clearest about this kind of thing. Thinking of this, he was about to get up and go, but he saw Jiang Nan personally looking for him. Sacred Lord Jiang Nan, you're a busy person. Why do you have time to look for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I say, great sacred lord, you've done a good job of being a hands-off shopkeeper. You've exhausted me, but seeing this scene of prosperity, I'm happy in my heart. Jiang Nan looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. Please remember the domain name of this book. Come read the mobile version website. Chapter 40, 339. Although Jiang Nan was much older than Ling Xiao, she was even Ling Xiao's superior, but that was all in the past. Ling Xiao had been playing a good game recently. Not only did he protect War Soul Sacred City, but he also subdued 10 sacred cities. He formed the War Soul Alliance, although it wasn't announced to the public, but in their hearts they knew it. If this huge force developed, even Commandment Sacred City wouldn't be able to control them in the future. Oh, right. What's the matter, Sacred Lord Jiang? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Oh, look, I almost forgot about the important matter. Jiang Nan slapped her forehead and said, Here, this is a letter of challenge for you. She handed a letter of challenge to Ling Xiao and said, This letter of challenge comes from Sin's sacred city, ranked third among the 10 sacred cities. You should know from the name. Sin's sacred city is ranked first among the 3,000 sacred cities. It's dozens of times bigger than our War Soul sacred city. Their strength is also incomparably terrifying. The 4 powerful countries are nothing in front of them. The city lords of the 10 sacred cities are generally at the extreme core realm. The sacred lord's strength has even reached the core-shattering realm. To be able to rank in the top 3 of Sin's sacred city, there are even more amazing existences. But let me remind you, Sin's sacred city is rich in sin. The martial artists there were all lawless people who disregarded the law and natural morality. Their sacred lord, who considers himself the boss, once committed a serious crime. But because of his strength, he made great contributions. So he was pardoned. I understand the situation of Sin's sacred city, but who is this Black Fang who challenged me? Ling Xiao looked at the letter of challenge. It was signed by Black Fang. But to be honest, he hadn't been in the 3,000 sacred cities for long. He really didn't know much about this Black Fang. And this guy's attitude is very rude. He actually wants to kill me? I don't think I have any enmity with him. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly and said, Black Fang is one of the 10 holy sun of the 3,000 sacred cities. The so-called 10 holy sun referred to the 10 most outstanding youths in the 3,000 holy cities. They were all below the age of 100. Black Fang was the last of the 10 holy sons, the son of sin. However, it was said that his cultivation base had already reached the early stage of the extreme realm of core. He's not to be trifled with. The early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. I wonder how it compares to Yu Qiong. Ling Xiao thought of Yu Qiong, the martial artist, at the early stage of the extreme stage of Dan that he had killed. It should be about the same. After all, Yu Qiong had been carefully nurtured by the Yu family. This Black Fang was naturally nurtured by Nife's holy city. If Ling Xiao wanted to defeat this Black Fang, he would have to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to win. The 10th holy sun, it really wasn't a bluff. But how dare these guys call themselves the Holy Sun? It seemed like he had long forgotten about the sacred dynasty. The only holy son in my heart is Haim Myung-keo. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Is the great holy lord prepared to accept this challenge? Jiang Nan asked, Ignore him. If he wants to challenge me, should I agree? How much face would I lose? Also, why is this guy so hostile towards me? Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. It's very likely because of Lung Chuyan's death. Jiang Nan analyzed. Although it's also hearsay, I still heard some discussions. They said that this Lung Chuyan and Black Fang had an extremely good relationship in private. Maybe they were lovers or something. In the end, you killed Lung Chuyan. How could this Black Fang not find trouble with you? So that's how it is. I kind of understand now. Ling Xiao smiled. Sure enough, it was because of the relationship between men and women. But which ones are these 10 holy cities? Since Jiang Nan came today, Ling Xiao had to raise all his questions. He still knew too little about the 3,000 holy cities. Now that he could ask more, it was not a bad thing. Jiang Nan said, From high to low they are Scarlet Sun Holy City, Sky Sea Holy City, Nefarious Holy City, Moon Solstice Holy City, Thunderstorm Holy City, Raging Fire Holy City, Earthbear Holy City, Divine Sword Holy City, Saber Tyrant Holy City, and Beast Taming Holy City. Among these 10 holy cities, some have a long history, some have just risen, but they are all very powerful, especially Scarlet Sun Holy City, Sky Sea Holy City, and Nefarious Holy City. They are all ancient holy cities. In Golden City, there are many of their disciples. Then there is the newly risen Saber Holy City. Just 100 years ago, they were just a holy city that had just been formed. Now they are already ranked 9th. These 10 holy cities are just my stepping stones after all. Ling Shao smiled and did not take it too seriously. After all, these 10 holy cities were not as good as Commandment Holy City. He did not even care about Commandment Holy City. Why would he care about these? Great Holy Lord is still the best. Anyway, when I hear about these 10 holy cities, I feel goosebumps. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly. That's because you haven't gotten used to being on top. Soon, Fighting Soul Sacred City will stand at the top of the 3,000 holy cities. It will even become the rule maker here. Golden City will not be able to control us. Ling Shao was still confident. If he had not succeeded in the past, it would be pure boasting. But he had done something similar in the past. Naturally, he had a certain level of confidence. Also, Jiang Nan, what is going on with this divine martial sacred city? Ling Shao pointed to a place on the letter of challenge and asked, Black Fong asked me to fight with him in divine martial sacred city. Won't others care? Ha ha ha! Great Holy Lord, you really need to know more about the 3,000 holy cities. Among the 3,000 holy cities, other than Commandment Holy City, there are a few cities that are classified as professional cities. For example, the Divine Martial Sacred City was simply a place for martial artists to fight. In the future, the 3,000 holy cities ranking battle will be held here. Jiang Nan smiled. Aya, this is embarrassing. Ling Shao covered his face and said, there were times when he was relaxed and also times when he liked to joke. According to Jiang Nan, this divine martial sacred city was connected to the teleportation array of every holy city. You could directly teleport there, as long as you had a certain level of talent. And if you passed the application, you could fight here. There would be all kinds of battles here, almost every day, including duels, scenes, and so on. This place had the most advanced battle system among the 3,000 holy cities. You could choose a lot of different opponents. You could also choose a lot of different battle styles. There would probably be millions of battles here every day. Divine Martial Sacred City also had an interesting setting. Fighting here would not kill anyone, but if you lost, you would lose battle merits. Wait, what battle merits? Ling Shao found another interesting thing. You have joined a sect before, so you should not be unfamiliar with battle merits. Last time, when you carried out the mission to eliminate the river bandits, you should have gotten some battle merits. Take out your disciple token and let me see. Jiang Nan said. Ling Shao hurriedly took out his disciple token and inserted his soul power. Sure enough, he found that he had 10 battle merits. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 340. Oh, there really is such a thing as merit points. But what can it be used for? In the past, the sect's merit points could be used to exchange for things. Ling Shao looked at Jiang Nan and asked, Of course it's the same. You have to know that the Golden Sky region also developed from the sect. Jiang Nan answered, I really don't know about that. Where can I exchange for it? How? Ling Zhao's interest was piqued. Although he didn't need any martial skills for the time being, he still needed many medicinal herbs and demon beast cores for cultivation. You don't need merit points, and you don't need it outside either. So as long as you have it, you have to exchange it. This is also in Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City is divided into 4 major areas. One is the battle zone, another is the exchange area, another is the business district, and the 4th is the cultivation district. There are a lot of rare items in the exchange area, including martial skills, medicinal herbs, and so on. There are law masters, law knights, and law disciples from Divine Martial Sacred City to protect it. There is also a powerful formation protecting it. Usually, there won't be any problems. Martial skills, divine abilities, secret techniques, and so on can't be taken out. You can only spend merit points to look inside. You will be charged according to time, but there are a lot of good things inside. It's rumored that there are even battle records that surpass emperors. Let's see if you have the ability to exchange for it. Sigh, I should have known earlier. What a pity. Ling Xiao sighed and then asked about the method to obtain merit points. According to Jiang Nan, there were 3 ways to obtain merit points. The first was to complete missions assigned by Divine Martial Sacred City. For example, the mission to deal with the river bandits could give different amounts of merit points. The second was to battle. This battle requirement could only be carried out in the battle zone of Divine Martial Sacred City. Defeating a martial artist of the same cultivation level would give you merit points. There was a precise calculation method for how much the reward was. Jiang Nan didn't understand it. The third way was to submit items to Divine Martial Sacred City. Divine Martial Sacred City needed some items, so they would purchase them. If you have them, as long as you submit them, you can get a lot of merit points. I see. Ling Xiao pondered. It seemed like he would have to go to Divine Martial Sacred City often in the future. Then, Jiang Nan told Ling Xiao about the situation in the business district. The business district was actually similar to the sex trading market, but the scale was much larger. At the same time, it could accommodate hundreds of millions of martial artists for transactions without any problems. If you want something, you can directly search for it through the business district system. Then it will tell you where it is, and you just have to go there. Jiang Nan continued to talk about the situation in the cultivation area. This cultivation area was somewhat similar to the cultivation space at the back mountain of the Fighting Soul Sacred City. However, the content of cultivation was much richer. Basically, all the warriors in the 3,000 sacred cities could cultivate there once they reached a certain level. Even martial artists in the Shattered Core realm could find a suitable cultivation method for themselves there. However, going to the cultivation area wasn't free. One had to pay spirit stones or battle achievement points. Spirit stones could only be high-grade and supreme-grade spirit stones. The requirements were still very high. By the way, let me tell you something. In the Divine Martial Sacred City, other than the battle zone, killing is allowed in the other 3 zones. The problem is that you can't get caught. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Finally, Jiang Nan reminded him, there are actually a lot of lawless areas in the 3,000 holy cities. Usually, the areas where the sacred city intersects are very dangerous. There are also some remote valleys. It's best not to go to those places. Otherwise, if you get killed, no one will care. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded his head. All right, I've said what I wanted to say. I have to go now. There are still a lot of things I need to do. Cultivate well. N. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. After Jiang Nan left, Ling Xiao started to think about his next plan. Just now, he was looking for a place where he could fight. Jiang Nan told him about the Divine Martial Sacred City. Fighting in the Divine Martial Sacred City could not only increase one's strength, it could also give him battle achievement points. It was a really good place to go. His cultivation base had reached the peak Earth Core realm, but he had broken through to the early Heavenly Core realm before. Therefore, it would be easier for him to break through. Besides, he could use his battle achievement points to exchange for martial skills and divine abilities. Although he already had the heaven-covering palm, 12 divine beast skill, and 23 dragon subduing swords, these 3 powerful martial skills, but the 23 dragon subduing swords could only reach the strength of a peak 9th level Emperor Realm martial artist. It was the same for the heaven-covering palm. Only the 12 divine beast skill was the strongest, but it was troublesome to cultivate, as it required some special materials. Also, his falling plum-clear shadow steps would lose its advantage after he broke through to the Heavenly Core realm. He had to find another one. Therefore, he had thought about it. He had to visit the exchange district in the Divine Martial Sacred City. If there were any suitable martial skills or divine abilities, he had to get them. Of course, he could just ask Sword Maiden Azure Lotus and the others for martial skills. But the problem was the martial skills given by others might not be suitable for him. Therefore, he had to do both. The most suitable martial skill was the best. There was less than half a month left until the ranking battle. This little bit of time might not be useful to others, but it was different for him. With his cultivation ability, it was highly possible for him to break through in the remaining time. After all, if he could cultivate in the Golden City, his starting point would be higher. His harvest would also be higher. His strength would also increase at a faster rate. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait any longer. He walked out of his room and chose to use the teleportation formation to travel to the divine martial sacred city. For him, bodyguards were meaningless. The most powerful bodyguards were in his mountain river world. Besides the lord of the saint disciplined city, he wasn't afraid of anyone else. After a brief moment of teleportation, it only took him 1 or 2 minutes. He arrived at the entrance of the divine martial sacred city. Normally, the teleportation formation was located outside the city. This was to prevent people with evil intentions from using the teleportation formation to do bad things. There was a tea house near the teleportation formation. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to enter the divine martial sacred city. Instead, he decided to gather some information first. However, before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by someone. "Young man, you must be new here. Don't be afraid. Big Brother has nothing to do. All newcomers who come to the divine martial sacred city have to pay 10,000 upper rank soul stones as a security fee. As long as you pay, I can guarantee that no one will be able to bully you in the divine martial sacred city." There were a dozen men who stopped Ling Xiao. Judging from their appearance, they were the local ruffians who lived near the divine martial sacred city. But these guys were pretty strong. The leader was a peak 6th heavenly core warrior, and the rest of them were all at the early 6th heavenly core realm. One had to admit that the 3,000 sacred cities were really strong, especially the divine martial sacred city. It was rumored that just like the Saint Discipline City, it was the closest city to the Golden City. Even the local ruffians were so strong. It looked like the rumors were true. The locations of the 3,000 sacred cities weren't fixed. For example, the higher the ranking, the closer it was to the Golden City. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 40, 341. It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't have 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones, but to pay protection fees for these rascals? Wasn't that a joke? Ling Xiao sneered and was about to speak. Right at this moment, someone roared, "You rascals, why aren't you getting out of here? You only know how to bully the new warriors. If you have the ability, come and fight with me." Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person walking out of the tea house. He was 3 meters tall and had such a strong body, but his divine soul was only in his 20s. This was considered very young in the 4 regions. After all, anyone below 50 years old was considered a teenager. This person was not only strong, but also had dark skin, like a black iron tower. "Who are you? So strong?" The leader of the ruffians sneered. "Me? My name is Kill the Wolf." The strong young man laughed. There was a hint of shrewdness in his honesty. Most of the time, people who looked honest on the outside were actually not stupid. It was just that they didn't like to show off their cleverness with words. When it was time to do something, one would realize how terrifying their intelligence was. "Boss, let's go." "That's Kill the Wolf, one of the 10 Holy Sun." The ruffians under his command whispered. The boss was shocked and quickly turned to run. One of the 10 Holy Sun? Ling Xiao knew that Black Fang was the weakest of the 10 Holy Sun. This Kill the Wolf was more powerful than Black Fang. Completion of the Dan realm. He was probably one of the best among the 10 Holy Sun. After a little surprise, Ling Xiao regained his usual smile. "Thank you, Brother Kill." "Don't call me Brother Kill. Just call me Brother Wolf. It sounds better." Kill the Wolf laughed honestly. "And I don't think I'm helping you. It's them. If they really wanted to help, they would be dead by now. Brother Wolf has good eyes. Ling Xiao didn't hide it. Kill the Wolf laughed. How should I address you, brother? Kill the Wolf. Like to make friends with straightforward people. Ling Xiao said, I am Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Could it be that Ling Xiao who killed Lung Chuyan? Kill the Wolf exclaimed. That's right. When he answered, Ling Xiao was already prepared for battle. After all, that woman, Lung Chuyan, was very good at bewitching people's hearts. With the matter of Black Fang's challenge, Ling Xiao felt that it was better to be cautious. You don't have to be nervous. I also can't stand that girl Lung Chuyan's overbearing manner. You make it sound like you're so awesome. Kill the Wolf saw Ling Xiao's vigilance and waved his hand with a smile. That's for the best. I don't want to meet an enemy like Brother Wolf. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the intention to get close to Kill the Wolf. Although he didn't know which sacred city Kill the Wolf came from. As one of the 10 Holy Sun, he definitely knew more about divine martial sacred city than him. If he had a good relationship with this guy, he could definitely avoid a lot of trouble. After all, Ling Xiao didn't come to divine martial sacred city to cause trouble, but to fight. Ha 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 ha, you're interesting. I'm going to divine martial sacred city to fight. What about you? Kill the Wolf laughed. Obviously, he was very happy with Ling Xiao's words. Same. Ling Xiao said, That's great. I was worried that I would be bored alone. Come, let's go together. It's your first time here. I'm afraid you're not familiar with this place. I'll bring you along. I guarantee that you won't be at a disadvantage. Kill the Wolf walked up with a smile. At least for now, he didn't seem to have any hostility. Moreover, Ling Xiao believed in his own eyes. This Kill the Wolf might be a little boorish, but he definitely wasn't a person who liked to scheme. Even if he wanted to deal with him, he would do it openly. He wouldn't do anything behind his back. There wouldn't be any problems if he accompanied such a person. My pleasure. Ling Xiao smiled. If he encountered any trouble, he could just ask Kill the Wolf to solve it. He didn't even have to do anything. This was a good deal. Let's go. Kill the Wolf suddenly activated his true yuan and rushed out. His speed was quite fast. Although he wasn't a martial artist who specialized in speed, he still wanted to test Ling Xiao. However, when he was about to turn around to look at Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was already gone. Where's that kid? Brother Wolf, I'm here. Suddenly, a voice came from in front of Kill the Wolf. This gave Kill the Wolf a fright. Damn, your speed is scary. You're even faster than me, who's at the peak of the Dan realm. He was really scared. Actually, it's nothing. I'm mainly good at speed. That wasn't wrong. In order to save his life, Ling Xiao would first think of how to increase his speed every time he went to a place, because only when his speed reached a certain level could he greatly increase his survival rate. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to escape. You're really not simple. Kill the Wolf didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at first. After all, the difference in cultivation was so big. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. But this time he lost in speed, which made Kill the Wolf completely reevaluate Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you've taught me a lesson. From calling him Kid and Guy to Brother Ling, this wasn't just a change of words. It came from the bottom of his heart. Compared to Brother Wolf, my little trick is nothing. Is divine martial sacred city in front? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking at the vast city in front of him, he couldn't help but be shocked. Divine martial sacred city was at least 100 times bigger than War Soul sacred city. Standing on the vast plain, it was like a terrifying giant beast, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Yes, divine martial sacred city is the largest city among the 3,000 sacred cities. After all, the martial artists of the 3,000 sacred cities often come here. Let's go. We'll go directly to the battle area. It was obviously not the first time Kill the Wolf had come here, so he was familiar with the place and wasn't as shocked as Ling Xiao about divine Martial's sacred city. Before the two entered the city, they were checked by the guards, mainly to check the disciples' badge. After confirming that there were no problems, they were allowed to enter. There were 4 different paths to enter divine Martial's sacred city. They led to the battle area, the business area, the exchange area, and the cultivation area. The moment he stepped into the battle area, Ling Xiao suddenly felt his blood start to boil. Terrifying battle intent was everywhere in the battle area. At the same time, there were probably tens of thousands of people fighting. No matter what kind of battle it was, this was a stage for those who liked to fight. It was the favorite place for martial artists who pursued strength. Whether it was Azure, Lotus, Sword Girl, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, or Zhao Fengyan, they had all fought here before, and finally entered the Golden City to further their studies with outstanding results. He had finally arrived here. It was time to start a new journey. What's that? Ling Xiao saw a statue on the square outside the battle area. The statue was actually a woman. However, the statue of this woman looked valiant and majestic. Please remember the domain name of this book. Read the mobile version of the book. Chapter 40, 342. He didn't know if the person who made the statue was too skilled or if the woman's fighting spirit was too strong, but the statue seemed to have a sharp edge. Anyway, standing in front of the statue, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. The most important thing was that this woman was actually someone he knew. Yang Shi? When he was escaping from the bloody battlefield, he participated in Yang Shi's marriage ceremony. Unexpectedly, she succeeded. Later, he found out that Yang Shi's strength was extraordinary, but he had never figured out how strong she was. The only thing he knew was that this woman came from the core of the Golden Sky domain Golden City. You know the Valkyrie? Kill the Wolf asked with a smile. Valkyrie? Yes, Valkyrie Yang Shi. In the divine Martial Sacred City's battle zone. Her winning streak has reached 10,000. Because of this, she was directly admitted into the Golden City. Now, she's already the Valkyrie of Golden City. Her strength is so strong that she's on par with the Fire Emperor. It's also because of this that no one has ever broken the record she set. That was why her statue was erected here. It's used to inspire future generations. Kill the Wolf explained. The 10 Holy Sun once wanted to imitate her, but none of them succeeded. Even the guy in the first place had only won 1,000 matches in a row. The gap is too big. It seems that we can only pin our hopes on the ranking battle. Let's work hard together. Ling Xiao smiled. He had the ability to win 10,000 consecutive battles, but he probably didn't have enough time. Therefore, the ranking battle was still the key. He didn't know if Black Fang was here. If so, it would be interesting. If this guy was obedient, it would be fine. If not, although they couldn't kill here, they could still teach him a lesson. As the two talked, they walked into the battle hall. There were many small screens here. If you wanted to watch a battle, you could choose it yourself. There were also 4 big screens that were broadcasting 4 battles at the same time. These live battles were selected from among them. The more exciting battles were also the ones that everyone paid more attention to. The battle hall was very lively. Here, of course, you could also choose to start a random battle or a scenario battle. There were also 2 types of battles. The first type was restricted. You could choose the range of your opponent's strength. The other was unlimited. The opponents were random, and their strength was random. You might even encounter a core-shattering realm martial artist. This was prepared for those martial artists who were looking for excitement. Most people wouldn't make such a choice. Do you want to fight now? Kill the Wolf asked. There's no need to rush. Take me around and let me know more. Ling Xiao said. That's not a problem. Kill the Wolf said. Then the 2 of them wandered around the battle hall. There were many new gadgets here that Ling Xiao could call black technology. It was said that this kind of advanced technology came from the Shinji continent. The closer they were to the Divine Mysteries continent, the higher the chances of black technology appearing. Ling Xiao really had an urgent wish now. After all, these novel gadgets were too important for the development of a country. Ling Xiao, it's really you. All of a sudden, a familiar voice rang out. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the voice. It was Lion Master Bao, the man he met in Shuiyu country. And the woman next to him, wasn't she Yiling Yan? Why are you here? Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Both Lion Master Bao and Yiling Yan had become stronger. Their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's when they were still alive. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was extremely fast, both of them hadn't fallen behind by much. Especially after going through the training in the secret realm, they had obtained a lot of benefits. Lion Master Bao was now a peak Earth core warrior, but his combat strength was no weaker than an early heavenly core warrior. As for Yiling Yan, she was a mid-heavenly core warrior. Both of them had made great progress. Of course we're here. After we heard you joined the 3,000 Saint City, we followed you here. We were also selected to join the Sword Soul Saint City. We're here to increase our strength. Lion Master Bao said excitedly. Sword Soul Saint City? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. That was the enemy of the Fighting Soul Saint City. Ling Xiao, don't worry. After we heard you killed Lung Chuyen, we decided to leave the Sword Soul Saint City. We were planning to go to your place to earn a living. We didn't expect to meet you here. Lion Master Bao hastily explained. Thank you, my good brother. Ling Xiao sighed. These two men still remembered their old friendship. It was rare. Aren't you going to thank me? Yiling Yan said impatiently. Of course we have to thank you. Of course we have to thank you. The Fighting Soul Saint City has always welcomed you with open arms. Ling Xiao said excitedly, but why didn't Dark Frost come with you? Ling Xiao had always been worried about this little sister of his. Dark Frost is now the strongest warrior in Shuiyu country. I'm afraid her talent is only second to you. She won't be able to leave so easily. She said she wanted to find a way to unite Shuiyu country and Purple Spirit country, and she asked me to inform you. Lion Master Bao sighed. Ming Shuang, you really are my good little sister. Ling Xiao was surprised and pleasantly surprised. Dark Frost, this little girl, he didn't need to worry about her. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. We have to go to the Exchange District. See you in the Fighting Soul Saint City. Lion Master Bao saw that Ling Xiao seemed to have something to do, so he didn't waste any more time. With a smile, he dragged Yiling Yan away. Lion Master Bao had originally pursued Shui Wuxuang, but because Shui Wuxuang was too disgusting, Ling Xiao had already killed her. Seeing that Lion Master Bao had a new home, Ling Xiao was relieved. After all, he was his good brother. Although he wasn't as good as Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and the others. But he was also a comrade who had shed blood and fought together. I didn't expect you to be so popular. I thought that with your personality, you wouldn't have any friends. Kill the wolf said with a smile on his face. Are you cursing me? All right, let's stop wandering around. Let's go fight. I have a rough idea of what's going on here. I'm itching for a fight. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Let's go. Kill the Wolf brought Ling Xiao to a machine. This machine was the pinnacle of the Divine Secrets Continent's black technology. It was completely made of metal. Using energy stones as the raw material, it could be connected to the battle zone system. You can choose the conditions to fight here, and soon, the system will pick out a suitable opponent for you. A warrior was standing near the machine. He was an early heavenly core warrior. He should be one of the guards in the battle zone. When he saw Kill the Wolf, the guard quickly walked over and said, "The Holy Sun wants to choose his opponent through the machine. Or do you already have someone in mind?" It made sense for him to ask this question. Under normal circumstances, the battles were random, and no one knew who their opponent would be. but there was still the option of a battle. Both parties knew who their opponent was. They had to fight here. Aside from not killing anyone, they could do anything. Chapter 40, 343. We'll just use the machine to choose our opponent. Kill the Wolf nodded his head. Then he started teaching Ling Xiao how to use the machine. The guard was surprised when he saw this. Even among the 10 saints, Sha Palang was one of the top few. Yet he paid so much attention to this unfamiliar face. Could they be brothers? Or a relative? Although he had a lot of questions in his mind, he didn't dare ask. He was just a guard here. Although he was strong, he couldn't compare with the 10 Holy Sun. Besides, Kill the Wolf was one of the stronger ones among the 10 Holy Sun. Here, choose the opponent you want to challenge. You can choose the age, gender, etc. Of course, the most important thing is your cultivation base. Kill the Wolf might look rough, but he was actually very careful. Age, gender, and cultivation base. And let's warm up first. Choose between the peak heavenly core realm and the early extreme core realm. While Ling Xiao was making his choice, many people were watching the show. After all, Kill the Wolf's appearance here was very attractive. Holy Sun, this brother didn't choose the wrong opponent, right? He should only be at the Earth core realm. And he chose between the peak heavenly core realm and the early extreme core realm? Did he make a mistake? Before you click confirm, you can cancel the challenge. The guard reminded Jiang Qin. All the surrounding warriors were discussing among themselves. They all thought Ling Xiao must have made a mistake. However, Ling Xiao just smiled. On the surface, he was only at the peak heavenly core realm. No wonder people thought so. It was normal. As for what happened in the heavenly demon ghost region, it hadn't spread to the golden sky region yet. Even if it did, people might think it was someone with the same name. They wouldn't think it was him either. Let's talk about how he killed Lung Chuyan. Although the news had been leaked, not many people believed that he was the culprit. They all thought he had the help of some powerful warrior. This was the main reason why Sword Soul Saint City didn't look for trouble with War Soul Saint City. They were worried that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. Can I choose? But I'm not interested in warriors below the perfect heavenly core realm. Ling Xiao looked at Kill the Wolf and asked, "Don't listen to them. Even if you want to choose a shattered core realm martial artist, it's not a problem. It's fine as long as you think you can win." Kill the Wolf said, "That's good." Ling Xiao nodded and pressed confirm. He really dares to be so sure. Who is this person? Someone asked. Doesn't it have a name? Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. This person recited Ling Xiao's name and suddenly said in surprise, "Could he be the one who killed Lung Chuyan?" It said that even the Holy Lord of War Soul Sacred City has to listen to him. Bullsh *T. Although I've heard about this matter, I still feel that it's a bluff. He probably wants to build momentum for him. I think so too. Previously, I was a little bit convinced, but after seeing it today, this Ling Xiao is only at the perfect Earth core realm. How strong can he be? Let's see who his opponent is. Everyone stared at the big screen. It showed the information of the next 10,000 battles. Wuduo. It's actually Wuduo. He is indeed a perfect heavenly core opponent. If this Wuduo was in the Saint City, which is ranked below 1,000, he would be a holy lord. Hee. Today I can finally see if this Ling Xiao is the real deal. The conversation quickly attracted a lot of people. When they heard that Ling Xiao was going to fight, and his opponent was Wuduo, they all came running. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They knew what these people were thinking. And they even set up a big screen to broadcast the battle between Ling Xiao and Wuduo. Many people were not convinced by Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao killing Ling Chuyan was something they couldn't believe. Therefore, they wanted to see Ling Xiao's true strength with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, a few tens of thousands of people had gathered in front of the big screen. "Looks like they are the same as me. They are doubtful about your strength. Kill the Wolf was indeed a straightforward man. He just said it out loud. Do you have the strength to defeat Lan Chuyen? Let me see with my own eyes. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Ling Xiao smiled. He took out the battle number from the machine and handed it over to the front desk. After that, he stood in front of something that looked like a teleportation device. As the countdown began, he could feel a force slowly emerging. This should be a short-distance teleportation device. It could teleport him directly to the battleground. In the next moment, he arrived at the battleground. Here, he realized that besides watching the battles through the big screen in the main hall, there were many other places. The battleground also had a lot of spectator seats, but it was free to watch from the outside. There was a fee to watch from here. Every time you came here, you could watch at least 10 battles. Of course, the fee wasn't low either. In order to support Ling Xiao, Kill the Wolf bought a ticket to enter the battleground. Besides him, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were here as well. When they were in the exchange area, they suddenly heard the announcement that Ling Xiao was going to fight with Duo. They immediately rushed over. Ling Xiao was their good brother. They had no reason not to support him. Spending some money was nothing. Besides, they were going to leave Sword Soul City and head to War Soul City. They had to witness the strength of the strongest warrior in War Soul City. Please advise me. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent. It was a middle-aged man with a serious expression. He should be over 100 years old. Among the perfect heavenly core warriors, his strength was close to Lan Chuyen's, but he was still weaker. He was much stronger than Di Tuatian. Using an opponent like this as a warm-up was not bad. You're that Ling Xiao who caused a lot of trouble recently? Wuduo sneered. That's right. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Very well, I won't hide it from you. I am a disciple from Evil Saint City. I love to destroy people like you. Ha 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 ha. Wuduo laughed crazily. Is this guy an idiot? Ling Xiao sighed. Are you going to fight or not? Too bad I can't kill anyone here, or else I would definitely kill you, you arrogant little brat. Oh right, our holy son, Black Fong, said he wants to spar with you. Perfect, I'll help him test your skills. Wuduo sneered, then he charged towards Ling Xiao. He attacked with all his strength, unleashing his martial soul. The martial souls of the Evil Saint City were all unique. Wuduo's martial soul was a famous murderous demon. That was why he was extremely ruthless. Although he couldn't kill anyone, he didn't mind crippling Ling Xiao. Facing Wuduo's attack, Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. Against someone like this, he didn't need to use his beast soul transformation. That was why he used his human form to fight. He didn't even use his sword. When he was fighting Lan Chuyen, he didn't use his sword, and he didn't need to do so now. It was precisely because of this that Wuduo had the misconception that he could fight Ling Xiao to a standstill. Chapter 43-44. It was an exciting battle, and it attracted many cheers from the audience. After all, many people were suspicious of Ling Xiao. Today, when they saw how Ling Xiao was able to fight evenly with Wuduo, they were surprised. They were also impressed. Is this the Ling Xiao who killed Lan Chuyen? That's right, he's strong, right? He fought the murderous demon Wuduo with his bare hands. He didn't lose at all. When I heard that he killed Lan Chuyen, I thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, I think it might be true. But with his current performance, I don't think he can kill Ling Chuyen, right? Let's wait and see. He might have some trump cards. That's right, it won't be easy to defeat Wuduo. Wuduo is a very strong warrior amongst the perfect, heavenly core warriors. Even in the Saint City, he is only second to the Holy Sun, Black Fong. Bao, what the hell? I think this guy is going to lose soon. That's right, he dares to fight against the Saint City. Isn't he just courting death? On the spectator stand, there were some who admired Ling Xiao and some who were spitting at him. But everyone still recognized his strength. After all, he was able to fight with a perfect heavenly core warrior to this extent. That was a very strong ability. Even those who were spitting at him couldn't say anything good about him. But Ling Xiao didn't care about all these discussions. Without transforming, he could deeply feel the threat his opponent posed to him. This kind of threat would allow him to slowly unleash his potential. Although it wouldn't be that fast, he could still improve. Under this kind of situation, he needed to train his combat skills. It would be very helpful to improve his combat skills. This was the reason why he didn't end the battle immediately. Wuduo had a lot of martial skills, but the strongest one was a peak 8th Order Emperor martial skill. There were a total of 6 sets of martial skills that complemented each other, and they worked well together. Although Jiang Qin didn't know if these martial skills were exchanged in the exchange area, Ling Xiao felt this kind of fighting style was very interesting. When martial skills complemented each other, it could allow a low-ranked martial skill to unleash a stronger power. For example, Wuduo's 4 sets of martial skills, when used together, could actually erupt with the power of a 9th-level Emperor-grade martial skill. This wasn't easy. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques and only used his fists and legs to deal with the enemy. Even so, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, they fought back and forth. It was quite comfortable. The feeling of the true essence in his body fusing with his physical body was really good. This allowed him to more vividly experience the flow of true essence and its effects. Suddenly, the side door opened. A group of people walked in from outside. He entered the spectator stands and looked at Ling Xiao and Wuduo on the battlefield. The leader had a pair of leopard-like eyes. Although it wasn't tall, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura. Everyone who sensed this aura turned around to take a look. Many people lowered their heads, revealing a look of fear. However, most people were still as calm as ever and even a little annoyed. This was divine martial sacred city. No matter who came, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Black Fang, it's fine that you're here. It's not good to disturb others watching the battle. Put away your trashy aura or I'll kill you. The person who spoke was Kill the Wolf. He was one of the people who didn't fear this group of people. When Black Fang saw Kill the Wolf, he frowned and restrained his aura. That's right. The people who followed him were all martial artists from Divine Martial Sacred City. They found an empty seat and sat down. Although they were lawless, they were still afraid of the strong. This was the way the world was. Even the people from Divine Martial Sacred City were no exception. Holy Sun, it's indeed Wuduo who's fighting with that kid called Ling Xiao. This kid is really bold. He actually came here. Isn't he afraid that you, Holy Sun, will kill him? There's no need for me to make a move. Wuduo will teach this kid a lesson. While speaking, Black Fang glanced at Kill the Wolf. Among the people present, Kill the Wolf wasn't the only one he was afraid of, but it was definitely the one who made him the most unhappy. He used to have conflicts with Kill the Wolf. He was also beaten up by Kill the Wolf, so there was a shadow in his heart. Logically speaking, a battle like this shouldn't be able to attract a guy like Sha Peleng to watch. Could it be that this guy has something to do with Ling Xiao? Black Fang was a cunning and cruel guy. He wasn't stupid. Although he thought of this, he still needed to confirm it. If Kill the Wolf was really related to Ling Xiao, then he was afraid that his previous plan would have to change. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked towards Kill the Wolf. Go away. He drove away a warrior sitting next to Kill the Wolf. Then he sat down and said, Kill the Wolf, are you related to Ling Xiao? I just met him. But what does this have to do with you? Kill the Wolf said disdainfully. Although they were both Holy Sun, Kill the Wolf didn't like Black Fang's character. This Black Fang had done a lot of dirty things. Just met him? Then it's easy. Today I'm going to teach this Ling Xiao a lesson. You won't stop me, right? Black Fang said coldly. Stop? I won't. Kill the Wolf smiled and shook his head. It's just that I'm afraid you're not his opponent. When saying this, Kill the Wolf pointed to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle had already ended, and Ling Xiao stepped on Wuduo. Now that he had warmed up There was no need to waste his time on a peak, heavenly core warrior. Go away, trash from the sacred city. Ling Xiao sent Waduo flying with a kick. For him, a place like the sacred city shouldn't even exist. Although it was normal for warriors to kill and commit arson, there was still a bottom line. As for the warriors from the sacred city, there was no bottom line. The things they did made people feel disgusted. If Ling Xiao controlled the 3,000 saint cities, he would never allow a place like this to exist. It was simply polluting the environment. Beautiful. Well done. In the audience, many people, led by Sha Peleng, began to shout. The sacred city didn't have a good reputation. Every time a warrior from the sacred city was defeated, the crowd would cheer for him. This showed how many people the sacred city had offended. Originally, Ling Xiao's image in the 3,000 saint cities was still vague. But at this moment, at least he had become a man who was praised and admired by everyone. As for Waduo, he was despised by everyone. After the battle ended, Ling Xiao walked out of the battlefield through the defensive wall and came next to kill the wolf. The moment he saw Black Fang, he knew this man didn't come with good intentions. With just a simple guess, he knew who he was. This guy with dog-like eyes, is he the last-ranked holy son Black Fang? Hee, everyone from the sacred city deserves to die. Ling Xiao's tone wasn't good. Chapter 40, 345. Ling Xiao didn't need to leave a good impression on them since they were here to pick a fight. However, when he said this, the people around him were stunned, including Kill the Wolf. Kill the Wolf didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to say such a thing. Although most of the warriors in the 3,000 holy cities had opinions about the existence of the sacred city of Sin, the problem was that the sacred city of Sin was one of the top 10 holy cities, and it was ranked quite high. Making an enemy out of the sacred city of Sin was simply courting death. Therefore, even if there was a small conflict, they would never dare to provoke them in public. This Ling Xiao was really something. They couldn't help but sigh. Kid, what did you say? Black Fang was furious. He grabbed Ling Xiao's collar and roared. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because we're in divine martial sacred city. If you have the ability, let's leave the battle zone. Hee, after all that talk, you're still a coward. You still don't dare to kill people in the battle zone, right? Ling Xiao mocked. Then he patted lightly. Hey Moya felt as if his hand had been scalded by a hot soldering iron. He hurriedly loosened his grip. You dare? Black Fang roared. Why would I kill people? I don't want to be like some crazy dog. For a woman who's willing to sleep with anyone, you're clamoring to kill others. Ling Xiao mocked. Good. Very good. Kid, you're ruthless. Today's grudge is formed. Kid, you better not leave the battle zone. Otherwise, you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Black Fang spat fiercely, then looked at Kill the Wolf and said, We agreed not to make a move. You better not make a move. Otherwise, it will cause a war between the sacred city of Sin and the sacred city of Sin. Your sacred city of Sin is only ranked 9th. Our sacred city of Sin is ranked 3rd. You're stronger than me. But don't forget that the sacred city of Sin behind you is not as good as us. Brothers, let's go. 2 of you, go and take that trash away. After saying that, Black Demon Fang turned around and left in a huff. Previously, he had only wanted to kill Ling Xiao because of Lung Chuyan. Now he had one more reason to kill Ling Xiao. That was because Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that it made him very unhappy. If he did not kill Ling Xiao, he would suffocate himself to death. After Black Fang left, Kill the Wolf's eyes turned cold. I really want to kill that bastard. However, he's right. In terms of overall strength, our Saber Tyrant Holy City is still inferior to Sin Holy City. If they really fought, the result would be unpredictable. I don't want Saber Saint City to fall into a quagmire of war because of me. Don't worry. There's no need to trouble Brother Lang. With his strength, I can still handle him. Ling Xiao smiled. Brother Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. I'm only saying that we can't deal with him openly. However, if he dies on the road one day, we can't blame it on Saber Saint City. Kill the Wolf sneered. It's not that troublesome. I'll do it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I appreciate Brother Wolf's good intentions. However, Lan Chuyan is obviously not enough for Gold City to notice me. However, if I defeat Black Fang, one of the 10 Holy Sun, they should be paying a lot of attention to it. Holy Sun? That's a good name. It can't be. He's at the early stage of the extreme stage of alchemy. He's not to be trifled with. Kill the Wolf frowned. That duo you just defeated is far inferior to him. Moreover, this guy likes to play tricks. You must be careful. Don't fall for his tricks. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome. Black Fang, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since the other party likes to play tricks. Then why don't we take the initiative to attack first and teach this Black Fang a lesson? That way he'll learn his lesson. It's a pity that killing is not allowed in this battle zone. Otherwise, Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of this piece of trash. It would also save him a lot of trouble. But come to think of it, if he killed Black Fang, the sacred city of Sin wouldn't just sit by and watch. Forget it. I'll teach him a lesson first. Hopefully this guy will learn his lesson. What do you mean? Black Fang said coldly. This is the battle zone. Didn't you issue a challenge to me? Since you're here, why don't we fight? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was very calm. However, hearing this, Lion Xiaobao and Yi Lingyan were shocked. Ling Xiao defeating Waduo with his perfect Earth Core Realm cultivation was already legendary enough. Now he actually wanted to fight with Black Fang directly. Isn't this a bit too impatient? Ling Xiao, don't be impulsive. Although it's true that killing is not allowed in the battle zone, this Black Fang is the son of the sacred city of Sin's Lord. He might really kill you. With the support of the sacred city of Sin's Lord, even the commandment sacred city will let him off. They might even pour dirty water on the dead. Lion Xiaobao reminded. That's true, Kill the Wolf said. Among the 10 sacred cities, the top 3 sacred cities, Scarlet Sun, Sky Sea, and Sin all have extremely powerful sacred lords. Even the commandment sacred city doesn't dare to offend them. That's why they usually protect them. How could Ling Xiao not understand this logic? He wasn't a 3-year-old kid anymore. He had experienced too many petty conflicts between the forces. He was very clear that the commandment sacred city would protect the 10 sacred cities. However, he was confident that he could defeat Black Fang. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about this at all. Moreover, in order to spread the name of the Fighting Soul Sacred City and let the disciples of the Fighting Soul Sacred City hold their heads high, he had to raise his spirits and cultivate diligently. This battle was necessary. Kid, are you serious? Black Fang laughed. He actually wanted to apply for a battle just now, but because of Kill the Wolf, he guessed that Ling Xiao wouldn't agree. He didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be such an idiot. He took the initiative to ask for a battle. How could he refuse? Of course I'm serious. Do I need to think twice to deal with you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. What an arrogant kid. Fine. I'll show you the strength of the 10 Holy Sun today. Where are the Dharma Apostles? Black Fang roared. If he wanted a battle, he could directly find the Dharma Apostles on the battlefield. He didn't need to log in. The Dharma Apostles would help him with this. Greetings, Holy Sun. The Dharma Apostles of the Commandment Sacred City were also respectful to the Holy Sun and didn't dare to offend him. Help me arrange a battle with this kid. Black Fang roared. The Dharma Apostles looked at Ling Xiao and showed a sympathetic expression. Although killing was not allowed here, but if he was crippled, it would still be depressing. This Ling Xiao was really something. Why did he offend Black Fang? Sai, are you willing? This was a procedure that had to be followed, so the Dharma Apostles still asked. Of course. Ling Zhao's main purpose in coming to the divine martial sacred city was to train himself. Defeating a perfect heavenly core warrior wasn't a big deal. Since Black Fang had appeared, he would use this Black Fang as a training opponent. Genius 1. Second, remember the site address. Mobile version, reading website. Chapter 43-46. In the arena, Black Fang looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He really didn't expect his dream to come true so quickly. This idiot Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to challenge him. Originally, he was still worried about finding a reason to deal with this guy. But now it was all good. Seeing that you're so cooperative, I won't kill you. I'll just cripple you. Black Fang laughed. Then I have to thank the Holy Sun. Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever. However, the Fighting Soul Sacred City's martial artists in the audience were extremely nervous. Ling Xiao challenged Black Fang. Although he was very brave, could he really win? That was the Holy Sun. The high and mighty Holy Sun was an existence that they could only look up to. Although Black Fang was ranked last among the 10 Holy Suns, he was still a Holy Sun. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the Dan realm, different from the warriors of Fighting Soul Sacred City. The rest of the audience felt that this battle was very interesting. I thought that this Ling Xiao against Black Fang would probably end up in the 3,000 Holy Cities ranking battle. I didn't expect this kid to be so anxious. Maybe he's a bit arrogant after killing Lung Chuyen and defeating Wuduo. How old is he? How can he be a match for Black Fang, the Holy Sun? That's right. Black Fang is not only powerful, but it's said that he has treasures on him. Ling Xiao rashly challenged him. He's really asking for humiliation. Hee. Then let's see how this rising star will be abused. These people smiled slightly. No matter who won or lost, it had nothing to do with them. They just wanted to watch the show. Holy Sun, kill the wolf. Who do you think will win? Next to kill the wolf, a warrior asked respectfully. This person's strength was not ordinary. He was probably a holy lord of some holy city, but in front of Kill the Wolf, he was very respectful. This showed how influential the 10th Holy Sun was. Lu Mingho, what do you think? You're ranked 9th among the 10 Holy Sun. Don't tell me you don't have such good eyesight. It turned out that this person wasn't a holy lord. He was also a holy lord. Although he looked a little old on the surface, he was actually less than 100 years old. Lu Mingho was ranked 9th, higher than Black Fang. Their cultivations were the same, but their combat prowess was different. In any case, Lu Mingho had fought hundreds of battles with Black Fang. He won more than he lost, so he was still very powerful. Lu Mingho smiled and said, I fought with Black Fang several hundred times, so I'm the clearest about his strength. Furthermore, this fellow had recently obtained several powerful treasures. Even I might not be his match. Even if this Ling Xiao had some ability, being able to kill Lung Chuyen and defeat Wuduo. But in the end, he was still too arrogant. Even daring to say things like destroying Sin Holy City. How naive. Even we don't dare to be so impudent. So in my opinion, he's a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. But in the end, he's still just a calf. In this battle, I'm afraid that he'll have to learn some lessons. He might even be crippled by Black Fang. Lu Mingho's analysis was correct. Under normal circumstances, it should indeed be so. But he did not know that Ling Xiao was not normal. Kill the Wolf said coolly, then you'll have to make an error of judgment today. Ling Xiao isn't the kind of person who will make decisions carelessly. Moreover, he has Fighting Soul Sacred City behind him. Once he falls, Fighting Soul Sacred City will be destroyed along with him. So he definitely won't act recklessly. Although saying that he wants to destroy Sin Holy City is a little idiotic, his strength should still be there. Kill the Wolf. What if I tell you that Black Fang, this fellow, already obtained Sin Holy City's door of all evils? Lu Mingho said with a smile. Door of all evils. Sin Holy City's holy lord actually gave such a treasure to him? Kill the wolf sucked in a breath of cold air. The Door of all evils was a treasure originally owned by Sin Holy City's holy lord. Not only was the treasure's grade extremely high, but it also had a special effect. Even if it was him, he would have a headache if he encountered it. Of course, the reason why a treasure was a treasure depended on the person who used it. If Black Fang used the Door of all evils, he had nothing to be afraid of. After all, that fellow's strength was not that great. Brother Wolf, since you think so highly of Ling Xiao, why don't we make a bet? It'll be fun. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Lu Mingho said with a smile. Kid, you really don't have good intentions. All right, what do you want to bet? Kill the Wolf asked. I have a pill here. It's a good thing for martial artists in the alchemy realm to break through. It's called Broken Pill Divine Water. It wasn't easy for me to get this from the higher-ups. It can increase the chances of breaking through by 50%. Lu Mingho said as he took out a pill. Although the name of the Broken Pill Divine Water was a little strange, it was indeed a pill. Of course, the pill that Lu Mingho took out was far from Ling Xiao's. Even so, it was still a treasure in the 3,000 holy city. You're actually willing to use this as a bet. It seems like you've already thought of what you want, right? Say it. Let me see how good your eyesight is. Kill the Wolf said. Brother Wolf, you're so straightforward. To tell you the truth, I've taken a fancy to the wolf fang ring on your hand. Lu Mingho said straightforwardly. Kill the Wolf wore a ring on his right hand. It looked like it was carved out of a wolf fang. Not only was it beautiful, but it also hid an aura that made people greedy. It was obvious that it was a good treasure. Kid, you have good eyesight. This thing is no worse than your broken pill, Divine Water. In fact, it's even better. Kill the Wolf sneered. Hee hee, if Brother Wolf doesn't want to bet, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Lu Mingho seemed to know Kill the Wolf's character, so he just smiled faintly. Let's bet. Do you think that I, Kill the Wolf, am afraid of you? Kill the Wolf snorted and said, I've been looking forward to the Broken Pill Divine Water for a long time. Thank you for giving it to me today. Brother Wolf, you're too confident. If you're the one fighting, you'll definitely win. But that kid, it's not that I look down on him, but he's just too weak. I'm afraid that he won't be able to gain Brother Wolf's trust. Lu Mingho dared to bet on this because he was confident. Kill the Wolf was different. Kill the Wolf was really gambling. He didn't know if Ling Xiao could win. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's watch the battle. Kill the Wolf looked at the battlefield. He wanted to see if his intuition was right, whether he would be slapped in the face or win the Broken Pill Divine Water. It all depended on Ling Xiao. Below the stage, everyone's attention was also focused on the battlefield. Even in the battle hall, the 4 live broadcast screens were broadcasting the battle at the same time. After all, one of the 10 Holy Sun, Black Fang, was on one side. On the other side was the rising star Ling Xiao. This battle was going to be very interesting. Ling Xiao, before the battle, let me show you something good. I've had this treasure for a long time, but I haven't had the time to show it. Now, I'll take advantage of this battle to let everyone know. Genius 1, second, remember the site address. Mobile version reading website. They're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.